Starstruck and Stubborn, a Sapphic romantic comedy featuring a grumpy baker, a runaway pop star, and one very public almost kiss. By Riley Fox. Copyright 2025 by Riley Fox. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise, without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Riley Fox asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco.
Chapter 1: Cinnamon and Scandal. Ivy stared out the car window, watching each mile tick away on the journey to her temporary exile. The passing scenery morphed from bustling highways to winding mountain roads, green blurring together in a way that made her slightly nauseous. Or maybe that was just the anxiety. "Are you even listening to me?" Jax's voice cut through her thoughts. "Hanging on every word," she muttered, fingers twisting a strand of platinum blonde hair. Her manager sighed, the sound heavy with performative exhaustion. "This isn't a vacation, Ivy. This is image rehabilitation. 3 months minimum, longer if necessary, until the media circus dies down." She sank lower in the leather seat of his obscenely expensive SUV. "You've said that, repeatedly?" "Because it doesn't seem to be sinking in." Jack's manicured fingers tapped against his steering wheel, impatience radiating from every pore. The meltdown at the VMAs was bad enough. I wasn't having a meltdown, I was having a breakthrough. But coming out mid-acceptance speech, dropping the mic, and then disappearing for 2 weeks wasn't a breakthrough. It was career suicide, Jax continued as if she hadn't spoken. "If we're going to salvage what's left of your image, you need to become forgettable for a while." Ivy's throat tightened. Forgettable. That was rich, considering how many years she'd spent contorting herself into what everyone else wanted. "Got it. Disappear until the queer panic blows over, then re-emerge sufficiently straight, washed for public consumption." "I'm trying to help you, Ivy." "You're trying to help the brand," she corrected, turning back to the window. "Let's not pretend otherwise." The car fell silent as they rounded a final curve. A hand-painted wooden sign appeared, "Welcome to Silverbridge, where every day shines a little brighter." The whole thing was decorated with painted wildflowers and a suspiciously cheerful sun. "Perfect," Ivy muttered. "Postcard purgatory." Jax pulled the SUV into the graveled driveway of a small cottage tucked behind a riot of overgrown hydrangeas. It was exactly as Ivy remembered from childhood visits. The faded blue shutters, the wraparound porch with its peeling white paint, the stone bird bath her grandmother had maintained with religious devotion. The familiarity felt like a punch to the chest. "Your grandmother's estate manager had it aired out last week," Jack said, already checking emails on his phone. "The kitchen's stocked, utilities are on, and your cases were overnighted. The only thing you're missing is privacy protection." "Because nobody would look for me here," she finished for him, humming anxiously under her breath, a nervous habit she'd never been able to kick. The melody was disconnected, just fragments of a song she couldn't quite remember. Exactly. Jax finally looked up at her. "Small towns have their own protective quality. They close ranks. Just don't give them a reason to turn on you. So I'm hiding in plain sight. Brilliant strategy. You spent summers here as a kid. Nobody thought to look here when you disappeared after the VMAs, did they? Jax popped the trunk. It's perfect, especially since your grandmother left you the property. A grieving granddaughter returning to connect with her roots? That's a narrative we can work with later. Ivy stepped out, designer boots crunching on gravel. The mountain air felt thinner somehow, cleaner than LA's perpetual smog. She breathed it in, the scent of pine and distant water momentarily grounding her. The town spread out below them, a picture-perfect collection of pastel-painted storefronts, cobblestone paths, and flower boxes bursting with late spring blooms. It looked like something from a Thomas Kincaid painting, the kind of place that thrived on bake sales and gossip. She'd loved it as a child. Now it felt like a prison. Jax unloaded her luggage, setting each piece on the porch with surprising care before handing over a set of keys. 3 months, he reminded her. Keep your head down. No concerts, no impromptu performances, no social media. If you need anything, call my assistant, not me directly. And if the press finds me, they won't. He straightened his tie. That's the point. So I just exist here? Doing what exactly? Whatever small-town people do. Garden, read books, bake things. Jax waved vaguely at the surrounding wilderness. Find yourself, or whatever the kids call it these days. Just do it. Privately. With an awkward half-hug that smelled of cologne and insincerity, Jax retreated to his SUV. Moments later, the sound of expensive tires on gravel faded, leaving Ivy standing alone on the porch of her grandmother's cottage with 3 suitcases and the sickening realization that she was truly on her own. 3 months, she whispered to herself, unlocking the door. The interior smelled musty, despite Jax's assurances about airing it out. Sunlight filtered through gauzy curtains, highlighting dust motes and faded furniture. Everything was exactly as she remembered from her last visit. The handmade quilt draped over the sofa, the collection of antique teacups in the china cabinet, the faded photographs on the mantel. Ivy dragged her luggage inside and shut the door, suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion. Her post-meltdown insomnia had left her running on fumes and adrenaline. She collapsed onto the sofa, a cloud of dust rising around her. "Okay," she said to the empty room. "Okay." Her phone buzzed. A text from her publicist. "TMZ still looking for confirmation on your location. Stick to the plan." She dropped the phone onto the coffee table and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes until colors bloomed. What she needed was coffee. Industrial-strength caffeine to jumpstart her brain and maybe make this situation seem less bleak. The kitchen yielded nothing but a box of expired instant coffee packets and a dusty electric kettle. Grandmother's infamous sweet tooth had apparently not extended to proper coffee. Ivy grimaced, tossing the expired packets into the trash. If she was going to survive 3 months in exile, she'd need better supplies. 20 minutes later, disguised in the universal celebrity incognito outfit, baseball cap pulled low, oversized sunglasses, and a hoodie despite the mild spring weather, Ivy ventured into town. She kept her head down as she navigated the cobblestone sidewalks, mentally cataloging potential escape routes and hiding spots out of habit. Main Street was annoyingly picturesque, lined with local businesses that probably hadn't changed ownership in decades. A hardware store with rocking chairs out front, a bookshop with bay windows full of colorful displays, a florist whose sidewalk arrangements perfumed the entire block. It was charming in the suffocating way of places where everyone knew everyone's business. The aroma hit her halfway down the block, rich, warm notes of cinnamon, butter, and coffee. Ivy's stomach growled, reminding her she hadn't eaten anything substantial since yesterday's protein bar. Following the scent led her to a mint green storefront with a sunshine logo painted on the window. Sunbeam Sweets. Through the glass, she could see a cozy interior with mismatched wooden tables, a small counter lined with pastries under glass domes, and walls decorated with local art. It looked like the kind of place that had regulars who never needed to order because the staff already knew their usual. Ivy hesitated, tugging her cap lower. A coffee shop meant exposure. Exposure meant risk. A second, louder stomach growl decided for her. A bell jingled cheerfully as she pushed open the door, the warm air inside wrapping around her like a hug. The cafe was mercifully quiet. Just a couple at a corner table and a teenager typing furiously on a laptop. The chalkboard menu behind the counter advertised house-made pastries and coffee drinks with whimsical names like Cloud 9 Cappuccino and Daydream Drip. Her focus shifted to the glass case, where rows of cinnamon rolls sat in spiral perfection, still glistening with what looked like maple icing. Her mouth watered. Behind the counter, a tall woman with wavy red hair pulled into a messy bun was arranging more pastries, her back to the entrance. Before Ivy could approach, something streaked across her peripheral vision, a blur of tabby fur launching itself onto the counter with surprising agility. A scruffy cat with one torn ear landed next to the register and immediately squatted at a mason jar full of tips, sending coins scattering across the wooden surface. "Jesus!" Ivy yelped, jumping back as quarters and dimes rolled in every direction. The redhead spun around, annoyance flashing across her freckled face. "Pickle, seriously?" she scolded the cat, who looked supremely unbothered by the chaos it had created. Then her gaze shifted to Ivy, eyes narrowing slightly in what Ivy recognized as the moment of celebrity recognition. But instead of the usual widening eyes and excited smile, the baker's expression hardened, her posture stiffening. "Can I help you?" she asked flatly, making no move to gather the scattered coins. Ivy switched automatically into her public persona. Bright smile, slightly tilted head, carefully modulated voice. "Just needed a caffeine fix, and maybe one of those cinnamon rolls that smell incredible." The woman, Casey, according to her name tag, didn't soften at the compliment. "Drip coffee's $2.50, rolls are $4." Her tone suggested Ivy was keeping her from something far more important. "I'll take both," Ivy said, smile fixed in place as she reached for her wallet. "And maybe a recommendation for what else is good here? I'm new in town." Casey raised an eyebrow, deliberately slow as she reached for a paper cup. "We're not exactly a tourist destination." "I'm staying at my grandmother's place," Ivy offered, unsure why she felt compelled to explain herself to this surly baker. "Up on Hillcrest Drive." Margaret Moon's cottage? Something flickered across Casey's face. Recognition, maybe? "You're her granddaughter?" "Yeah. I used to visit during summers when regular or dark roast." The abrupt subject change threw Ivy off balance. "Dark, please." Casey turned to the coffee urns, movements efficient but unhurried. The silence stretched uncomfortably as she filled the cup. Ivy found herself tapping her fingers against the counter in the rhythm of the bridge from Midnight Memories, her first #1 single. She caught herself and stopped, but not before Casey glanced at her hands with a flash of recognition. "Anything in your coffee?" Casey asked, still not making eye contact. "Just black is fine." Another painful silence. Ivy wasn't used to this. People usually filled silences around her, desperate to keep her attention. This woman seemed determined to give her as little as possible. The door jingled again, and an elderly couple bustled in, bringing with them a wave of enthusiastic energy that immediately changed the cafe's atmosphere. "Casey, dear, tell me you've got those lemon squares today because—" The shorter of the two women stopped mid-sentence, her eyes landing on Ivy with almost comical widening. "Oh, my stars! Is that Ivy Moon in our little town?" Ivy tensed, her escape instinct kicking in hard. The taller woman gasped, already fumbling for her phone. "It is." The shorter woman approached, hand extended. I'm Ruth Carter. This is my wife, May. We run the bookshop down the street. My niece is your biggest fan. Played your first album until the vinyl wore out. May had her phone up, camera clearly engaged. May I? Jenna will absolutely plots if I don't get proof. Ivy began, but Ruth was already peppering her with questions. Are you staying long? We heard about your brave coming out at the VMAs. Just magnificent. Standing up to those industry vultures. Is it true you fired your whole team? Are you working on new music? Is it going to be more authentic now? The questions came rapid fire, each one hitting Ivy like a physical blow. Her carefully constructed shell began cracking under the onslaught of well-meaning invasion. From the corner of her eye, she could see Casey watching with undisguised amusement at her discomfort. I'm just taking some personal time, Ivy managed, shrinking into her hoodie. Of course, Ruth said, clearly not believing her. Well, you picked the perfect place. Silverbridge is the best, kept secret in the mountains, small enough to feel like family, big enough that we've got a little of everything. May snapped another photo, the flash momentarily blinding Ivy. This is going on the community board for sure. Wait until Leo at the hardware store hears about this. Casey finally stepped in, sliding Ivy's coffee across the counter with more force than necessary. On the house, she said, her voice cool, if you take your paparazzi circus elsewhere. She nodded toward Ruth and May, who didn't seem to register the insult, still beaming at Ivy. Something in Ivy snapped. The emotional whiplash of the past 3 weeks, the meltdown, the coming out, the media frenzy, and now this forced exile crystallized into a sharp point of anger directed at this unnecessarily rude baker. Trust me, she said, voice low and tight. I'm not here by choice, either. Their eyes locked across the counter. Casey's green and steely, Ivy's dark and defiant. Something unexpected flickered between them. Not quite recognition, but a spark of something. Mutual irritation, at minimum. But underneath that, a current Ivy couldn't immediately identify. Ruth clapped her hands, oblivious to the tension. You simply must come to the bookshop while you're here. We're hosting the planning committee for the summer festival next week. It's our biggest event of the year. He's probably busy, Ruth, Casey cut in, turning away to wipe down an already spotless counter. Nonsense! An artist like Ivy understands the importance of community events. May typed furiously on her phone. I'm putting her on the volunteer list right now. Ivy backed toward the door, clutching her coffee like a lifeline. I should really go. Of course, dear. You must be exhausted from your journey. Ruth smiled warmly. But we'll see you at the planning meeting, Tuesday at 4. The whole town will be there. Somehow, Ivy found herself on the sidewalk outside, the bell jingling accusingly behind her. She stood frozen, processing what had just happened. Through the window, she could see Ruth and May chatting animatedly while Casey studiously ignored them, focusing on cleaning up the mess Pickle had made. Her phone buzzed, a notification lighting up the screen. Her publicist had tagged her in a post. With a sense of dread, Ivy opened it to find a photo of herself at the counter, looking deer in headlights, terrified, with the caption, "Look who's visiting Silverbridge. Our very own celebrity guest at Ivy Moon Official is back in town. Welcome home." The location tag pinpointed Sunbeam Suites with painful accuracy. Her phone immediately began buzzing with alerts, more tags, messages, her publicist's increasingly panicked texts. 3 weeks of careful hiding. Undone in 3 minutes by an enthusiastic elderly lesbian with an Instagram account. Ivy considered her options. She could run, pack up and find another hiding place, somewhere even more remote. She could call Jax and admit defeat less than 2 hours into her exile. She could check into a hotel under a fake name and avoid this town entirely. But something about Casey's dismissal, The way she'd looked at Ivy like she was an inconvenience rather than a celebrity had ignited a stubborn spark. For the first time in years, someone had treated her not as Ivy Moon pop sensation, but as a regular person. An annoying regular person, sure, but still, she was beginning to realize that most folks in Silverbridge pretended not to recognize her, part kindness, part local sport. Some, like Ruth and May, broke the unspoken rule with enthusiasm, while others like Casey seemed determined to treat her fame as an inconvenience rather than a novelty. It was refreshingly unpredictable after years of carefully managed interactions. Through the window, Ivy could see Pickle watching her, unblinking yellow eyes tracking her every move as if judging her next decision. The cat's expression seemed to say, "Running already. Typical." Ivy took a defiant sip of her coffee, surprised by how perfect it was, rich and complex without being bitter. She straightened her shoulders, decision made. If Casey Walsh thought she could drive Ivy away with a cold shoulder and colder comments, she had seriously miscalculated. Ivy Moon didn't run from challenges. She turned them into platinum records. Maybe that's exactly what I need, she thought. Someone who didn't care about her fame or her image. Someone who wouldn't handle her with kid gloves or hidden agendas. She took another sip of the coffee, savoring the warmth. 3 months in Silverbridge suddenly seemed like a much more interesting proposition.
Chapter 2: The Bake-Off Betrayal. Casey scanned the crowded community hall with the tactical precision of someone plotting an escape. The buffet table looked dangerously understaffed, which meant she could deposit her donation and retreat before anyone noticed. Perfect. She adjusted her grip on the tray of day-old scones, still delicious, just not Sunbeam Sweets, fresh, and began weaving through clusters of festival committee members. The place buzzed with the usual suspects: Mrs. Anderson from the florist shop, deep in debate about hydrangea arrangements, Jim and Bill from hardware, arguing over the proper tensile strength for festival banner supports, and at least 7 retirees who had nothing better to do except organize the summer festivities down to the last napkin fold. Casey kept her head down as she arranged her offering. The scones formed a neat tiered pyramid because, even when donating leftovers, she couldn't help being precise. She tucked napkins alongside them, careful not to make eye contact with anyone. 3 more steps and she'd be home free. Casey Walsh, just the woman I was hoping to see. The booming voice froze her mid-step. Casey's shoulders hunched instinctively before she forced them down and turned. Mayor Eloise Brighton bore down on her with the determined enthusiasm of a floral-clad freight train. Her silver May-streaked hair bounced with each purposeful stride, clipboard clutched against her chest like a medieval shield of bureaucracy. "Mayor," Casey offered a tight smile. "Just dropping off some scones. Have to get back to—" "Nonsense. The morning rush is over and Gabriella's covering until 3. I called your shop." Of course she had. The mayor's network of informants could rival the CIA. Casey mentally reminded herself to have a chat with Gabriella about loyalty. "I really can't." "Casey! Heavens, we've hardly seen you all spring." Ruth Carter materialized at her other side, gray curls bobbing as she gave Casey's arm an affectionate squeeze. "The book club misses you terribly." Casey found herself suddenly flanked. Ruth's gentle hand on one arm, the mayor's clipboard now strategically positioned to block any escape route. The 2 women exchanged a look that made Casey's stomach drop. She recognized this pincer movement. She'd seen them deploy it at the Valentine's Mixer, the Easter egg hunt, and the infamous Arbor Day singles luncheon. "I've been busy," Casey said, trying to edge backward. "Spring means rhubarb season, and you know how people get about my strawberry rhubarb tarts." Mayor Eloise waved this aside. "We need your organizational talents, dear. The summer festival auction is our biggest fundraiser of the year, and nobody runs a tighter ship than Casey Walsh." "I'm sure there are dozens of people more qualified." "You have the spreadsheets from last year," Ruth chimed in, her voice warm but her eyes twinkling with mischief, "and that marvelous color coding system that kept everything on track." Casey crossed her arms defensively. "I already donate to the charity auction. 3 dozen specialty pastries, remember?" "Which we appreciate enormously," Mayor Eloise said, consulting her clipboard. "But this year's goals are—" Ambitious. We're raising money for the community center renovation and the after school arts program, Ruth added, her voice softer. The kids need new instruments, Casey. Some of them are playing recorders held together with duct tape. A low blow. Casey felt her resolve weakening. She mentally calculated how many evenings this would consume, how many committee meetings filled with bickering over centerpieces and donation categories. Ruth casually reached for a scone. And since you and Ivy Moon are our town's most talked about new friendship, Casey choked on air. Our what? Ruth, exactly my thinking, Mayor Eloise beamed, slapping her clipboard with delight. You two will co-chair the option committee, the bakery girl and the pop star. Imagine the publicity for our charities. A hot flush crept up Casey's neck. We are not. I barely know her. We met exactly once, and she was a pain in my language, dear, Ruth murmured, patting her arm. A pain in my schedule, Casey finished lamely. Besides, I'm busy. The bakery functions beautifully with your staff when you take weekends off, Mayor Eloise countered. I have inventory orders with you complete every Monday morning. The summer berry season is starting. All the more reason to have someone helping share the load, Ruth interjected. Casey felt the walls closing in. Look, I appreciate the thought, but Ivy Moon and I would be a disaster together. Oil and water, fire and ice, Baker and whatever it is she actually does. Ruth leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. She needs community, dear, and you could use someone who challenges you. Casey stared at her, betrayed. Ruth and her wife May had been among her first allies in town. They knew what it had taken for her to build her life here. She'll be gone in a month, Casey argued, but it sounded weak even to her own ears. Mayor Eloise smiled beatifically. Then you only have to tolerate each other for a few weeks. Surely that's not too much to ask for the children. The community hall door swung open, sending a shaft of spring sunlight slicing across the polished floor. Casey didn't need to look to know who had arrived. The sudden hush, followed by excited whispers, told her everything. Ivy Moon stood in the doorway like she was waiting for a cue. Her oversized designer sunglasses masked half her face, and her tailored jacket wouldn't look more at home on a Manhattan sidewalk than a New England town meeting. Casey watched as heads swiveled and conversations paused. With practiced ease, Ivy navigated the attention, smiling and nodding at people as she moved through the room. Casey hated how effortless she made it look, the way she floated above it all while simultaneously making everyone feel seen. Mayor Eloise waved frantically. Miss Moan, over here. Casey stiffened as Ivy changed course, gliding toward them with the fluid grace of someone who'd spent years being watched. Up close, Casey could see the dark circles partially concealed beneath her makeup. Ivy removed her sunglasses with a theatrical flourish that made Casey roll her eyes. Their gazes met. Casey's cold and wary. Ivy's tired but determined. Miss Moon, Mayor Eloise practically vibrated with excitement. I was just telling Casey how perfect you two would be co-chairing our summer festival auction committee. Ivy's eyebrows rose slightly. Is that so? Absolutely, the mayor continued, oblivious to the chill between them. Casey knows our local donors and has run this event before, while you bring fresh perspective and star power, Ivy supplied, a hint of bitterness in her smile. Experience with larger scale events, Mayor Eloise corrected smoothly. Casey gripped her empty coffee cup hard enough to dent the cardboard. I've already explained that. I'd be happy to help, Ivy cut in, her voice honeyed but her eyes fixed challengingly on Casey. I've been looking for ways to contribute to the community while I'm here. Casey bit back a scoff. Of course the pop princess would swoop in and play community savior. She had probably gotten a PR brief about the optics of small-town volunteerism. Wonderful, Mayor Eloise clapped her hands. You two can start right away. We have files from last year, donor lists to review. Actually, Casey interrupted, reaching into her satchel, I've already compiled everything. She produced a crisp blue folder, its contents meticulously labeled with color-coded tabs. Timelines, donor contacts, and suggested outreach schedules. Just follow the plan and show up when required. She extended the folder toward Ivy, who barely glanced at it before saying, what if we added a performance element, something interactive that gets people bidding higher? Casey's eye twitched. The auction has run the same way for 10 years. And you don't think it might benefit from some updating? Ivy leafed through Casey's carefully prepared pages with casual disregard. Most of these items are quaint. Quaint? Casey's voice rose an octave. Mrs. Peterson's pies have been the highest selling item 3 years running. That's sweet, Ivy said in a tone that suggested it was anything but. But imagine if we had, say, a sing along auction item, something where people bid on a personalized performance. No one here wants to hear. Casey caught herself before finishing that sentence in front of the mayor. Bach? Opera? I actually studied classical piano before the pop career, Ivy replied coolly. Or were you suggesting no one wants to hear me specifically? Ruth coughed delicately into her hand. I was suggesting, Casey said through gritted teeth, that this town appreciates tradition while still welcoming fresh perspectives, Mayor Eloise added hastily. Casey hugged her clipboard to her chest. The structure works. We have 6 weeks to meet our fundraising goal. Deviating from a proven system risks the entire event. Ivy tilted her head. Sometimes risks pay off. Not that I'd expect someone who makes the same pastries every day to understand that. A familiar jingling sound cut through the tension. All 4 women turned to see Pickle sauntering through the open door, white paw prints tracking behind her on the polished floor. Is that flour? Ruth asked, peering at the white smudges. Casey recognized the distinct pattern immediately. That was her bakery's organic wheat flour, the expensive stuff she imported from a mill in Vermont, which meant Pickle had been in her storeroom again, despite the new child-proof lock she'd installed. Worse, the cat was headed straight for Ivy. Pickle! Casey called sharply. Don't you dare. Too late. The cat leapt gracefully onto the display table, knocking into a crystal vase filled with spring tulips. Ivy lunged forward instinctively as the vase tipped, while Casey made a grab for her wayward feline. They collided awkwardly in the middle, Casey's hand landing on Ivy's shoulder to steady herself. The brief contact sent an unwelcome jolt through Casey's arm. Ivy was warmer than expected, solid beneath the expensive fabric of her jacket. Their faces hovered inches apart for a suspended moment. Casey pulled back quickly, hyper aware of the room watching them. Sorry, she muttered. Ivy righted the vase, water sloshing over her fingers. No harm done. Pickle, mission accomplished, wound herself around Ivy's ankles, purring loudly. Cheerier, Casey whispered to the cat. I think she likes me, Ivy said, clearly pleased with herself. She likes butter. I'm guessing you had toast this morning? Before Ivy could respond, a camera flash went off. Ruth lowered her phone, beaming. Our new favorite duo. I'm sending this to May right now. We are not a duo, Casey protested, but the older woman was already typing on her phone. I think this is marvelous, Mayor Eloise declared. The auction committee kickoff meeting is tomorrow evening here at 6. I expect you'll both come prepared with the merge plan. Casey opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. The battle was lost. She could see it in the mayor's determined smile, in Ruth's twinkling eyes, in Pickle's outrageous betrayal. Instead, she turned to Ivy. Ground rules. No publicity stunts, no special treatment. My bakery schedule comes first, which means early mornings are out. And we stick to the core auction structure. She crossed her arms, daring the other woman to object. Ivy considered her for a long moment, then nodded. Fine, but we add at least 3 new elements to freshen things up, and you actually listen to my input instead of dismissing it outright. Casey gritted her teeth. 2 new elements, pending committee approval. Deal. Ivy extended her hand, a challenge in her eyes. Casey hesitated before accepting the handshake. Ivy's fingers were cool and smooth against her callous baker's hands. The contrast annoyed her for reasons she couldn't articulate. I'll email you my thoughts tonight, Ivy said, releasing her grip. I'm sure you will, Casey muttered. As Ivy bent to stroke Pickle, who was now shamelessly rubbing against her expensive jeans, Mayor Eloise leaned in to whisper in Casey's ear. You two are going to do wonderfully together. I can feel it. Casey watched her cat purr ecstatically under Ivy's attention and felt a headache forming behind her eyes. Somehow, in the span of 15 minutes, she'd been drafted into weeks of collaboration with the most frustrating woman she'd ever met. and her own cat appeared to be on Ivy's side.
Chapter 3, Aprons and Autotune. Ivy wiped beads of sweat from her forehead, checking her phone again. 7:48 a.m. Criminally early by tour standards, but apparently fashionably late by small-town volunteer metrics. She'd arrived 12 minutes before the official 8:00 IM start time for their baking session and found herself alone in the echoey community hall, her footsteps clicking across the worn wooden floor. The space reminded her of elementary school assemblies. Folding chairs, a small stage with faded curtains, and that distinct smell of furniture polish mixed with decades of use. Nothing like the arenas and glittering venues she'd grown accustomed to. She ran her fingers along the ancient sound system tucked into a corner cabinet, grimacing at the layer of dust that came away on her fingertips. "Well, this won't do," she muttered, pulling out her phone and a small portable speaker from her designer tote. She'd spent hours last night crafting the perfect playlist, small-town charity vibes, a carefully curated mix of upbeat indie songs that weren't her own music, or anything too commercially popular, too on-brand. Music that said, "I'm just a normal person who listens to normal person music, not a pop star in hiding." She hummed softly, testing the acoustics of the empty room while arranging a stack of paper plates and plastic forks someone had left on a side table. The black skinny jeans and loose white button-down she'd chosen felt like going incognito compared to her stage wardrobe, though the jeans alone probably cost more than most people's entire outfits. Her concession to practicality was tying back her platinum hair and wearing minimal makeup, just enough to not look completely washed out. The heavy door creaked open, and Ivy spun around, plastering on her best, "I'm absolutely thrilled to be here, here smile," before recognizing Casey. The baker struggled through the doorway with several large boxes, stacked precariously in her arms. "Here, let me help." Ivy rushed forward, reaching for the top box. "I've got it," Casey started, but Ivy had already grabbed the uppermost container, which turned out to be significantly heavier than it looked. "Whoa!" Ivy stumbled backward, the box tilting dangerously. Inside, metal cake pans shifted with a threatening clatter. Casey somehow managed to free one hand and stabilize the box before the contents spilled everywhere. "Maybe just stand over there," she suggested, nodding toward the far corner. "Right, sorry." Ivy retreated, watching as Casey efficiently unloaded her supplies onto the long, folding tables set up along the wall. Each movement was precise. No wasted energy, no hesitation, like a dancer who knew the choreography by heart. Ivy folded her arms across her chest, trying to ignore the sting of dismissal. She was used to people either falling over themselves to help her or pushing her to the side because the star shouldn't have to lift a finger. Casey's reaction felt like neither. Just a straightforward assessment that Ivy was more hindrance than help. "Oh, do you always show up early to events, or are you just making sure I don't run this thing into the ground?" Ivy asked, aiming for light banter. Casey glanced up from where she was arranging measuring cups by size. "I always show up early. The fact that you're here is unexpected. I can be punctual." "Punctual would be 8-0. You're early, it's suspicious." The corner of Casey's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Before Ivy could respond, the doors swung open again and a stream of volunteers filtered in. A middle-aged woman with bright purple glasses, two college-age guys in matching Silverbridge Community College sweatshirts, and an elderly man whose plaid shirt had definitely seen better decades. "Oh, my stars! It really is you!" Purple Glasses exclaimed, making a beeline for Ivy. "I told Martin it couldn't possibly be Ivy Moon in our little town, but Ruth swore up and down it was. I'm Denise, by the way. I do the library's social media. Would you mind terribly if we got a quick photo for our page?" Ivy began, but was immediately interrupted by the college guys. "Dude, my sister's gonna flip when she hears about this. She played your first album until the CD literally cracked," said the taller one. Ancient technology, but respect, Ivy replied automatically, her smile shifting into what Jax called her fan-ready expression. Warm, accessible, but with invisible barriers firmly in place. Casey snorted from her station, now laying out ingredients with mechanical precision: flour, sugar, butter, eggs, all arranged like ammunition for battle. Ivy watched from the corner of her eye as the baker rolled up the sleeves of her flannel shirt, revealing freckled forearms and capable hands. "All right, everybody, let's focus," Casey called out, clapping flour-dusted hands. "We've got 6 dozen cupcakes, 4 sheet cakes, and 10 loaves of bread to prepare for the pre-festival bake sale. Everything needs to be done, decorated, and packaged by noon." The volunteers gathered around as Casey distributed tasks with the efficiency of a general deploying troops. The elderly man, apparently a retired pastry chef, was assigned to bread. The college students took sheet cake duty. Purple Glass's Denise was paired with 2 late-arriving women to handle packaging and logistics. "And what about me?" Ivy asked when everyone else had been assigned. Casey's eyes narrowed slightly as she evaluated Ivy from her immaculate white sneakers to her carefully casual designer clothes. "You can frost cupcakes," she finally decided, pushing a bowl of buttercream and a piping bag in Ivy's direction. "Even a pup princess can handle a piping bag, right?" The challenge in Casey's voice struck a nerve. Ivy straightened her shoulders and grabbed the piping bag with unwarranted confidence. "I've worn outfits more complicated than your entire kitchen," she shot back, earning a ripple of laughter from the volunteers. Casey demonstrated the proper technique with infuriating ease, creating a perfect swirl on top of a chocolate cupcake. Just hold it at this angle, apply even pressure, and... The frosting rose in elegant peaks under her guidance. Ivy nodded along, mentally comparing it to some of the choreography she'd mastered. How hard could it be? Extremely hard, as it turned out. Her first attempt started well enough, but she squeezed the bag too forcefully, and a jet of buttercream shot across the table, narrowly missing one of the college guys. "Sorry, technical difficulties," she called out with a forced laugh. Her second attempt produced a lopsided blob that vaguely resembled the Leaning Tower of Pisa. The third somehow ended with frosting smeared up her sleeve like an edible bracelet. By the fourth cupcake, which looked more like an abstract art piece than anything edible, Ivy noticed Casey watching her, arms crossed over her flour-dusted apron, lips pressed together in what might have been suppressed laughter. "Problem?" Ivy asked, blowing a stray strand of hair from her face. "Not at all. Very avant-garde approach to bakery," Casey replied, nodding toward the mangled cupcake. "Maybe we should market it as deconstructed vanilla dream and charge extra." The tense atmosphere in their corner contrasted sharply with the cheerful productivity throughout the rest of the hall. The scent of warming ovens and baking bread filled the space, but the silence between their stations felt awkward and stifling. Ivy reached for her phone. "What this place needs is some atmosphere," she announced, connecting her speaker. The opening strains of Party in the USA blasted through the small device, causing several volunteers to look up with grins. Casey's reaction was immediate. "We are not decorating to Party in the USA," she protested, lunging for the speaker. "It's a classic," Ivy defended, reaching for the volume control at the same time. Their hands collided, a warm shock of contact that made Ivy jerk back as if burned. Casey took advantage of the moment to claim control of the music, scrolling through Ivy's playlist with surprising focus. "Fine, you choose then," Ivy conceded, secretly curious about what Casey would select. After a moment of deliberation, the baker settled on a mellow indie folk song, something acoustic with harmony, laden vocals and understated guitar. Ivy recognized it immediately as a track from an obscure album she'd discovered during a particularly lonely stretch of her last tour. It had been her private comfort music, never something she'd discussed in interviews. "You know the Mountain Birds?" Ivy asked, genuinely surprised. Casey shrugged, returning to her perfect frosting technique. Good harmonies. Lyrics that don't make me want to stab my ears with a spatula. High praise, Ivy remarked, feeling oddly pleased. She returned to her mutilated cupcakes with renewed determination, trying to mimic Casey's technique. The door swung open again, admitting a blast of morning sunshine and a tall, broad-shouldered man carrying a toolbox. His flannel shirt, somehow looking nothing like Casey's practical version, was rolled up to reveal tanned, muscular forearms, and his easy smile immediately lightened the atmosphere. Even Casey's rigid posture seemed to soften slightly. "Ladies and gentlemen of the bake sale committee," he announced dramatically, "your handyman has arrived to fix that wobbly shelf before it dumps more ancient potlog plates on some poor, unsuspecting grandma." "Nate," Casey acknowledged with a nod. "About time. It's been wobbling for 3 events now." "Had to finish Fisher's porch first," he replied, setting down his toolbox before his eyes landed on Ivy. Recognition flashed across his face, but unlike the earlier reactions, his held something more measured. "Well, well," Ruth wasn't exaggerating for once. "You really are Ivy Moon." Ivy braced herself for the usual celebrity fawning, but Nate simply extended a hand. "Nate Sorensen. I build things. And I gotta say, that last album of yours, the one with all the synth tracks, technical masterpiece." The comment caught her off guard. Most fans gushed about her appearances or the pop hooks, not the production techniques she'd fought her label to include. "You noticed the layered synths? The bridge on Midnight Memory has 16 tracks stacked? That wasn't just studio magic, that was architecture." Ivy found herself relaxing into the conversation as Nate worked on the shelf, his questions about her music thoughtful rather than invasive. He didn't ask about her public meltdown or why she was hiding in Silverbridge. Instead, they debated analog versus digital recording while he tightened screws and reinforced brackets. "You should check out the Mango Tree Bar sometime," Nate suggested as he packed up his tools. "Local musicians play Thursdays. Nothing fancy, but authentic stuff. Might be a nice change from stadium shows." From across the room, there was a distinct clatter as Casey dropped a mixing bowl onto the metal table with unnecessary force. "She's here to lay low, Nate, not date the entire town," she called out, not looking up from her work. Nate raised his eyebrows, glancing between Casey and Ivy with naked curiosity. "Wasn't aware you were her social secretary, Walsh." Ivy fought a smile caught between amusement at Casey's unexpected display of— was that possessiveness? And confusion about why the baker would care who she spent time with. "I'm here to co-chair this thing, not monitor her extracurriculars," Casey muttered, aggressively measuring flour. "And yet here you are, monitoring away," Nate replied cheerfully. He winked at Ivy before gathering his tools. "Offer stands, Thursdays at 8. After he left, an awkward silence settled between them until Casey approached with a tray of unbaked muffins. "These need to go in for exactly 20 minutes. Think you can handle a timer? Or is that too challenging for someone whose job is basically looking pretty and lip-syncing?" The jab stung more than Ivy wanted to admit. "I've never lip-synced today in my life," she replied icily, taking the tray. "And I can tell time just fine. Oven's preheated. 20 minutes, 2 minutes. Not a second more." "Yes, chef," Ivy saluted sarcastically. Left alone with the muffins, Ivy set the timer on her phone and leaned against the counter. The community hall had taken on a rhythm of its own. Volunteers chatting, Casey directing traffic, the comforting soundtrack of spoons against bowls and oven doors opening and closing. Almost unconsciously, Ivy began humming along with the background music, but then the melody shifted, transforming into something new, something that hadn't existed before this moment. She closed her eyes, letting the notes form in her mind. A gentle verse about false starts and small towns. Maybe a bridge about masks and flour, covered hands. It was the first organic music that had come to her in months. Not something manufactured in a studio session with hired writers pushing her toward radio-friendly hooks, but a real, living melody born from this moment. She pulled out her phone, humming the sequence into her voice memos. The shrill blare of the smoke detector yanked her back to reality. Black smoke poured from the oven she was supposed to be monitoring, and the acrid smell of burning filled the air. "The muffins!" she gasped, lunging for the oven door. Casey was already there, oven mitts on, pushing past Ivy to rescue what remained of the charred lumps that had once been blueberry muffins. "What happened to 20? "I got distracted," Ivy admitted, stepping backward in dismay, directly onto something soft that emitted an unholy yowl. Pickle's indignant scream added to the chaos as volunteers scrambled to open windows. The cat streaked across the room, leaving a trail of flower paw prints in her wake. Casey finally lost her composure. "This is exactly why celebrities shouldn't play at being normal people," she snapped, gesturing at the disaster. "You think everything's a game or a photo op, but some of us actually depend on this stuff. These aren't props in your small-town fantasy vacation." The words landed like a physical blow. Ivy felt her carefully constructed facade crumbling, the hurt washing across her face before she could stop it. The room fell uncomfortably silent as everyone pretended to be deeply fascinated by whatever task lay in front of them. Slowly, deliberately, Ivy untied the borrowed apron, folding it with unusual care. "You're right," she said quietly, her voice lacking its usual confidence. "I should stick to what I know." She turned toward the door, avoiding eye contact with the volunteers, who suddenly seemed intensely focused on their tasks. No one said anything as she pushed through the heavy door into the sunshine that felt too bright, too cheerful for the humiliation burning in her chest. Midday sun filtered through the alley between buildings as Ivy stood at the back entrance of Sunbeam Suites, her knuckles hovering over the door for several seconds before she finally found the courage to knock. She clutched a small box wrapped in simple brown paper against her chest, trying to ignore how her heart pounded. The weight of her earlier humiliation still sat heavy in her stomach. Casey opened the door, surprise flashing across her face at the unexpected visitor. She wore a flour-dusted apron over her clothes, a pencil tucked behind her ear, clearly in the middle of evening inventory. "I come bearing apologies," Ivy said, holding out the package, "and a peace offering." Casey hesitated before accepting it, her fingers brushing Ivy's as she took the box. Ivy watched nervously as Casey unwrapped the gift, revealing the jar of imported French vanilla extract, the expensive kind. She'd heard Casey mention once, in passing. "How did you know I was running low?" Casey asked, turning the jar in her hands. "I saw you scraping the bottom of your jar yesterday." Ivy shrugged, trying to appear more casual than she felt. "I figured if I'm going to keep messing up your kitchen, I should at least replace what I use." Ivy felt Casey's eyes studying her, really looking at her for perhaps the first time. Ivy had deliberately dressed down tonight, pulling her hair back in a simple ponytail, wearing her most comfortable and decidedly non-designer jeans. She'd even removed most of her makeup, aware of the dark shadows of exhaustion now visible beneath her eyes. "I shouldn't have snapped at you like that," Casey admitted, turning the jar over in her hands. "The muffins weren't that important." "No, you were right," Ivy replied, leaning against the doorframe to steady herself. "I wasn't taking it seriously. I was treating it like—" She paused, searching for the right words. "Ugh, like what? Like something I could just dabble in, like it wasn't your actual livelihood?" Ivy forced herself to meet Casey's gaze directly. "The truth is, I was embarrassed. I'm not used to being bad at things in public." Casey's eyebrow raised. "So burning muffins wounded your pop star ego?" "Something like that." Ivy laughed softly, feeling some of the tension dissolve, then grew serious again. But it also made me realize something. I've spent years having people do everything for me. Stylists, producers, assistants. I've forgotten what it's like to create something real with my own hands. She gestured toward the bakery kitchen behind Casey, the warm light spilling out into the darkening evening. What you do here every day? Making things that matter? Things that feed people? It's more authentic than anything I've done in years. Casey leaned against the doorframe, crossing her arms. So, this is about finding yourself through baking? That's a little cliché even for a pop star. Not finding myself through baking, Ivy corrected, surprising herself with her own certainty. Learning how to be real again, how to make mistakes and keep going. She took a deep breath. I want to help around here. Actually, help, not just perform being helpful. Teach me the real stuff, even the boring parts. Ivy felt herself holding her breath as Casey studied her for a long moment. The baker's expression was unreadable, and Ivy prepared herself for rejection. Why my bakery? Casey finally asked. There are plenty of places in town. You could volunteer. Because you don't care who I am, Ivy said simply, or who I was. You just care if I can measure flour correctly. The admission felt raw, honest, in a way she hadn't allowed herself to be in years. She watched something shift in Casey's expression. Not quite warmth, but perhaps a crack in the wall between them. Fine, Casey said, nodding slowly. Tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. We'll start with inventory and prep work. Ivy couldn't contain her smile, and for once, she didn't try to modulate it for effect. It spread across her face, genuine and unplanned. I'll be here. And Ivy, Casey added as she began to close the door, don't be late. Bread waits for no one, not even pop stars. As Ivy walked away from the bakery, the evening air cool against her face, she felt lighter somehow. The exchange had been brief, but something important had changed. For the first time since arriving in Silverbridge, she wasn't just hiding from her old life. She was taking a tentative step toward building a new one. To her surprise, a blur of tabby fur darted out after her. Pickle sat at her feet, looking up expectantly as if to say, "Well, where are we going now?" "Not you too," Ivy muttered, but the cat simply rubbed against her ankles, leaving a streak of flour on her designer jeans.
The afternoon sunlight had faded to evening gold when Ivy forced herself to return to the community hall. She'd spent hours wandering the small town, Pickle following for several blocks before disappearing into someone's garden. The melody she'd started still circled in her head, along with Casey's accusation. You think everything's a game or a photo op? The words hurt because they echoed her own deepest fears, that she'd become so good at performing Ivy Moon that there was nothing genuine left underneath, that she couldn't even bake a muffin without turning into a disaster because she wasn't a real person anymore. The empty hall was dim except for a light from the kitchen area. Ivy expected to find the mess still waiting her punishment for abandoning ship, but instead discovered Casey wiping down counters, her red hair falling from its practical bun to frame her face in the soft light. Casey looked up, surprise flashing across her features. "Thought you'd gone home." "I came back to clean up my mess," Ivy replied, hovering in the doorway. "I'm good at creating disasters, might as well learn how to fix them." Casey gestured toward a neatly folded apron on the counter. "If you're serious about helping, start with the mixing bowls." They worked in tense silence, Ivy washing while Casey dried and put things away. The quiet felt strangely companionable. No expectations, no performance, just shared work. Even when Ivy's elbow sent soapy water splashing across Casey's shirt, the baker only sighed resignedly rather than snapping. "Your cupcakes weren't completely horrible," Casey finally said, examining a freshly dried measuring cup with unnecessary intensity. "The lopsided ones, I mean. They had character." It was barely a compliment, but Ivy found herself smiling as she swept flour from the floor. High praise from the pastry dictator. "Don't push your luck, Harrington." "Couldn't dream of it, Walsh." The walk home through Silverbridge's quiet streets felt different somehow. Ivy breathed in the evening air, noticing details she missed before. The way lights spilled from cozy homes, the sound of distant laughter from an open window, the surprising brightness of stars in the small town sky. Her footsteps fell into a rhythm, and she found herself humming again. That same new melody, but fuller now, with harmonies taking shape. For the first time in years, music felt like hers again. Not a product to sell, not a brand to maintain, but something living and honest that belonged entirely to her. She recorded another voice memo, singing softly into her phone as she walked. Small town flower fights, burning up the night. It wasn't Grammy material yet, but it was real. And for tonight, that felt like enough. Chapter for Truth or Tartlets. Casey hurried through the front door of her cottage, arms full of ingredient lists, volunteer sign-up sheets, and sample auction cards. She kicked the door shut behind her with more force than necessary, the solid thunk barely satisfying the frustration that had been building all day. 4 committee members had canceled last minute, the printer had jammed halfway through their promotional flyers, and, worst of all, Ivy had spent the afternoon charming everyone within a 10-foot radius while Casey did the actual work. It's fine, she muttered to herself, dumping everything onto her kitchen table. Everything's fine. The cottage, a tiny 2-bedroom rental tucked behind a row of oak trees, was Casey's sanctuary. Simple, practical, with worn hardwood floors and a kitchen that barely fit her baking equipment, but it was hers, the first place that had felt like home after she moved to Silverbridge. She glanced at the clock. Nearly 8. She had promised Eloise she'd have a revised budget by morning, which meant another late night. Casey sighed, made a pot of coffee, and settled in front of her laptop. 3 hours later, her eyes burned from staring at spreadsheet cells. The numbers swam, refusing to balance no matter how she adjusted them. Casey had swapped her jeans for flannel pajama pants, her kitchen table now a disaster zone of coffee mugs, crumpled sticky notes, and a half-eaten ham sandwich she'd made around 10. Pickle had appeared an hour ago through the cat door, regarded the chaos with feline judgment, and retreated to Casey's bedroom. I just need the silent auction to bring in another 1,000, she murmured, pinching the bridge of her nose. Maybe if we add that wine tasting package. The doorbell rang. Casey's head snapped up. She knocked over her mug, sending cold coffee dripping onto the floor. What the hell? She glanced at her phone. 11:42 p.m. Nobody came to her house unannounced, especially not at midnight on a Tuesday. The bell rang again, more insistent this time. Casey pushed herself up, skirted around the coffee puddle, and approached the door cautiously. Through the peephole, she spotted a familiar head of platinum blonde hair. You've got to be kidding me, she muttered, yanking the door open. It's almost midnight. Ivy Moon stood on her porch, hair piled messily atop her head, clutching a reusable grocery bag that bulged with baking supplies. She'd traded her usual designer clothes for a soft-looking hoodie that squalid her small frame and leggings with what appeared to be, Casey's squinted, tiny musical notes printed on them. I know it's late, Ivy said, but I've been staring at these auction spreadsheets for 4 hours, and if I look at another column of numbers, I'm going to scream into a pillow until I pass out. She lifted the grocery bag. So I brought reinforcements. Casey crossed her arms. Did I miss a meeting? No, but you're missing the point. Ivy gestured at the bag. I went to 3 stores to find cardamom because Leo mentioned it was your secret ingredient for something. I'm not sure what, but it sounded important. She paused, and Casey noticed the shadows beneath her eyes. We need to finalize the dessert menu for the auction, and I thought maybe it'd be easier if we just bake through it. Casey should say no, should tell Ivy to respect boundaries in normal working hours, should shut the door and get back to her spreadsheets. Instead, she stepped aside. Wipe your feet. I just mopped yesterday. Ivy's smile was quick and bright as she slipped past. Your house is exactly what I pictured, except I imagined more cat hair. Pickle only visits. She doesn't live here. Casey closed the door, suddenly aware of her pajama pants and the messy bun she'd thrown her hair into hours ago. Though she does claim my bed most nights. Smart cat. Ivy's gaze swept over the kitchen table, taking in the mess of paperwork. You're working on the budget? Trying to. The numbers won't balance. Hence the coffee graveyard. Ivy nodded at the collection of mugs. Casey's kitchen was compact, functional for one person who knew where everything belonged. With Ivy in it, the space felt impossibly small, as though the walls had contracted. Ivy moved with a strange confidence, unpacking ingredients onto the small stretch of unused counter space: flour, sugar, butter, chocolate chips, the promised cardamom, and, inexplicably, 3 lemons. What exactly are you planning to make at midnight? Casey asked, watching as Ivy moved with unexpected efficiency. I was thinking shortbread, maybe those chocolate dip ones you had at the bakery last week. Ivy glanced over her shoulder. Unless you have a better idea. Why are you really here, Ivy? Ivy's hand stilled on the butter she was unwrapping. She turned, leaning against the counter. The truth? I couldn't sleep. My cottage feels empty. And I figured you'd still be up working because you're annoyingly responsible like that. Something in her voice sounded genuine, stripped of the performance quality Casey had come to associate with her. Perhaps it was the late hour or the way her hoodie sleeves fell over her hands, but Ivy seemed smaller, more human. Casey sighed. Fine, but we're not making a mess of my kitchen. She moved to the sink to wash her hands. And we're actually going to get work done. Absolutely. Ivy nodded quickly. All work, no fun allowed. I mean it. I know. Your serious face is very convincing. Ivy's smile twitched at the corners. So, where do you keep your mixing bowls? 20 minutes later, Casey watched in disbelief as Ivy, the same woman who burned muffins so badly they'd set off the smoke alarm at the community hall, precisely measured flour with a practiced hand. Where did you learn to bake? Casey asked, leaning against the refrigerator. My grandmother, Ivy said, carefully leveling the flour with the back of a knife. When I visited Silverbridge as a kid, we baked together. It was our thing. She reached for the salt. 1/4 teaspoon, right? Casey nodded, oddly mesmerized by the careful way Ivy's fingers pinched the salt. I thought you were hopeless in the kitchen. I'm a disaster at cooking actual food, but baking is different. It's more, Ivy searched for the word, hand hovering over the ingredients. Scientific, Casey supplied. Exactly. Chemistry with delicious results, Ivy grinned. I find it calming. All those precise measurements, the exactness of it. She set down her spoon, looking suddenly self conscious. What? Why are you staring at me like that? Casey shook her head. Nothing, just surprising. Because you had me pegged as a spoiled celebrity who can't do anything practical? Pretty much, yeah. Ivy laughed, the sound genuine enough that Casey found herself smiling in response. Wait, Ivy said suddenly, setting down her mixing bowl. I have an idea. Does it involve the actual dessert menu we're supposed to be working on? Not exactly. I want to play a game. Casey raised an eyebrow. A game. Ivy nodded, her expression brightening with mischief. Truth or tartlets? That's not a real game. It is now. I just invented it. Ivy held up her mixing bowl. We take turns asking each other questions. If you refuse to answer, you have to make a pastry from scratch. She wiggled her eyebrows. Interested? That's ridiculous, Casey replied, crossing her arms defensively. And we have actual work to do. Fine. Ivy set the bowl down with a theatrical sigh. But I bet I can make a perfect batch of shortbread. Your recipe. If I do, you have to play. The challenge in her voice was unmistakable. Casey narrowed her eyes. My grandmother's shortbread is notoriously finicky. Try me. Casey shouldn't engage with this. It was childish and unproductive, and exactly the kind of frivolous distraction Ivy Moon represented. But something about Ivy's confident smirk made her want to call the bluff. Fine. Casey moved to a drawer near the stove, pulling out a recipe card yellowed with age, its corners soft from handling. She held it against her chest a moment, then reluctantly handed it over. But you follow it exactly. No improvising. Ivy took the card with surprising reverence, studying the handwritten instructions. Deal. Casey watched as Ivy worked, her movements precise and focused. She creamed the butter with expert motions, added the dry ingredients carefully, and rolled the dough with a touch so gentle it seemed impossible from someone so naturally effusive. When the timer dinged 40 minutes later, Casey peered into the oven. The shortbread was golden, perfect, not a single burned edge in sight. I win, Ivy announced, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Truth or tartlets it is. They migrated to Casey's living room with the warm shortbread, a plate of sliced apples Casey had insisted on. We can't just eat butter and sugar at midnight. and 2 mugs of fresh coffee. Sitting cross-legged on the floor with the coffee table between them, Casey felt oddly like she was back in high school at some bizarre midnight sleepover. I'll start, Ivy said, breaking a piece of shortbread. Worst fashion choice you've ever made. Casey snorted. That's your hard-hitting question? Fine. Camouflage cargo pants. In 8th grade, I wore them until they literally fell apart. Respectable. Very lesbian of you. Your turn. Worst song you've ever performed. Ivy groaned, throwing her head back dramatically. Sunshine Heartbeat. My label made me record it after my second album, Tank. The chorus was literally just me repeating boom, 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 while dancing in a yellow bikini. No way. I don't believe you. Google it. But be prepared for secondhand embarrassment? Ivy leaned forward. Celebrity crush growing up? Sandra Bullock in Speed? Casey answered without hesitation. You Kate Winslet in Titanic? I watched it 17 times the summer I was 12. Ivy grinned. I told my mom it was because I love historical films. They traded easy questions for a while, the tension between them gradually dissolving with each exchange. Pickle wandered in from the bedroom, gave them both an imperious look, and settled on the edge of the rug, just out of reach but clearly monitoring the proceedings. Favorite place you've ever visited? Casey asked, brushing crumbs from her fingers. Besides Silverbridge? Ivy's smile turned nostalgic. A tiny bakery in Paris where no one recognized me. I sat there for 4 hours reading a paperback mystery and eating eclairs. Sounds perfect. It was the first time in years I felt like just a person, not a persona. Ivy tucked her knees to her chest, suddenly looking younger. What made you choose Silverbridge? To live, I mean. Casey stiffened, the question catching her off guard. She glanced at the half-eaten shortbread, considering the pastry penalty. After a long pause, she answered quietly, I needed somewhere to rebuild. Somewhere small enough to matter, but big enough to get lost in. A simple truth, but one that felt heavy in her mouth. She'd arrived in Silverbridge, flinching at shadows, expecting judgment around every corner. Instead, she'd found a community that eventually let her just exist. Ivy nodded, not pushing for the details Casey had omitted, and the restraint felt like a gift. Casey took a sip of her coffee, gathering courage. My turn. Was it as bad as the tabloid said? When you were outed? The question hung heavy in the air between them. Ivy's fingers tightened around her mug as she stared into its depths. All the polish and performance qualities seemed to drain away, leaving someone smaller and more vulnerable in its wake. Worse, she finally said. One minute I had a script for everything, what to say, who to be, how to move through the world. Then suddenly everyone was staring at the real me, and I realized, she swallowed, I wasn't sure who that was anymore. Casey remembered the headlines, the vicious speculation, the zoomed-in photos of Ivy's tear-streaked face as she ran from the awards show. She dismissed it as celebrity drama at the time. Now, looking at Ivy's face in the soft lamplight of her living room, she felt a pang of shame. That's why you're hiding out here, Casey said softly, to figure it out. Jax, my manager said it was for damage control. Ivy's laugh held no humor. But yeah, I needed to remember who I was before everything, before the personas and the contracts and the constant performing. She shrugged, a small, vulnerable movement. Some days I think I'll never get her back. The gang forgotten, they share fragments of their stories in the quiet safety of midnight. Ivy described panic attacks before performances, the isolation of fame, the way her record label had hired a boyfriend actor for her second album, how she'd felt erased even as her face appeared on magazine covers. In return, Casey admitted how long Silverbridge had treated her with suspicion, how she'd earned trust one cinnamon roll at a time, how the bakery had saved her as much as she'd built it. She didn't share everything. Some wounds were still too tender, but she offered more than she had to anyone in years. Neither offered platitudes, just quiet recognition of the jagged edges they both carried. Pickle, sensing the shift, moved between them, curling up in the small space that separated them. Casey's phone buzzed, breaking the silence. A text from Leo, a photo he'd taken earlier that week of Ivy and Casey at the bakery, heads bent together over a mixing bowl. Ivy was laughing at something. Flour streaked across her cheek while Casey was mid-eye roll, a reluctant smile tugging at her lips. The caption read, "Bakery Besties?" with no fewer than 6 heart emojis. He's posted it online, Casey said, turning the phone toward Ivy. It's already got comments. Casey expected Ivy to snatch the phone, to panic about publicity and paparazzi, but Ivy just leaned closer to look, their shoulders nearly touching, and shrugged. "At least we both look good," she said, and returned to carefully crimping the edges of a small pie they'd started assembling. As the night deepened toward dawn, Casey found herself watching Ivy with new awareness. Without her celebrity armor, the practiced smile, the performance-ready posture, the careful self-censoring, Ivy was surprisingly real. She hummed under her breath when concentrating. She had a habit of tucking her hair behind her ear even when it wasn't falling in her face. And when she truly laughed, she snorted slightly at the end, a sound so unpolished it could never have made it onto a talk show. Their hands both reached for the same utensil, fingers brushing. In the quiet of the kitchen, the brief touch felt significant in ways Casey wasn't ready to examine. She didn't immediately pull away. The sun was just beginning to lighten the sky when exhaustion finally caught up with them. They'd produced a respectable amount of work, a finalized dessert menu, a revised silent auction list, even a budget that nearly balanced, alongside an impressive quantity of baked goods. "I should go," Ivy murmured, her voice thick with fatigue, "before the whole town sees me doing the walk of shame from your house." "In your pajamas, no less," Casey added. "The rumors would be ruthless." But Ivy had already curled up on Casey's couch, eyes drifting closed. Pickle, the traitor, had settled against her side, purring loudly enough that Casey could hear it from across the room. "Just 5 minutes," Ivy mumbled, "then I'll go." Within seconds, her breathing had deepened, body relaxed in sleep. Casey stood watching her for a moment, struck by how different she looked without the awareness of being observed. Peaceful, younger somehow. Casey quietly retrieved a blanket from the hall closet, draping it carefully over Ivy's sleeping form. The protective gesture felt natural, even as it unsettled something in Casey's chest. She backed away quickly, busying herself with cleaning up the evidence of their midnight baking session. As she wiped down the counter, her gaze kept drifting to Ivy's sleeping form. The woman curled on her couch was a far cry from the polished pop star who'd strode into her bakery weeks ago. This Ivy had flour in her hair and made terrible puns and baked perfect shortbread at midnight. This Ivy was dangerous in an entirely different way. Casey carefully set aside the remaining shortbread, wrapping it in parchment paper and tucking it into a container. She wasn't ready to examine why she was saving it or why the memory of Ivy's fingers gently handling her grandmother's recipe card made her chest tight. She washed the last measuring cup, dried her hands, and gave Pickle a stern look. "Don't get attached," she whispered. "He's not staying." Pickle blinked slowly in response, then closed her eyes, nestling closer to Ivy's sleeping form. Casey sighed. Apparently, the cat was already a lost cause.
Chapter 5. Power Outage and Pancakes. Ivy tapped her fingernail against the counter, consulting her color-coded list of auction desserts. The bakery had emptied hours ago, leaving just her and Casey in the warm, flour-dusted space. Outside, the sky had darkened prematurely, heavy clouds gathering over Silverbridge. Lemon squares, chocolate ganache tarts, strawberry shortcakes, and... Ivy squinted at her own handwriting. "What's a Bijon au citron again?" Casey glanced up from where she was measuring ingredients for tomorrow's bread. "French lemon puff pastry, and before you ask, yes, it's worth twice the work, trust me." "If you say so," Ivy murmured, adding it to the confirmed column. She'd spent the past 2 hours perched on a stool at the counter, organizing recipes and auction information while Casey prepped for the next day. After their game of truth or tartlets the previous week, something had shifted between them. A tentative truce, maybe? Or the beginning of something Ivy wasn't ready to name. She straightened the stack of recipe cards, aligning them with a satisfied little tap. There. All organized by prep time, ingredient overlap, and popularity ranking based on your sales data. The ones with red stars need to be made day of, Yellow can be prepped a day ahead. Casey walked over, flour dusting her forearms, and studied Ivy's work. A hint of surprise flickered across her face before settling into grudging approval. Not bad, pop star. Didn't know they taught organizational systems at celebrity school. The small praise shouldn't have mattered so much, but warmth bloomed in Ivy's chest. She shrugged, trying to seem casual. You pick things up when you're managing tour schedules and album track listings. Everything's just logistics, really. Casey hummed noncommittally, but there was less edge to it than usual. A low rumble of thunder sounded in the distance. Casey glanced toward the windows. Storms moving in faster than they predicted. Should we call it a night? Ivy asked, not actually wanting to leave yet. The bakery after hours had become a strange haven. No cameras, no expectations, just the smell of sugar and yeast and Casey's focused presence. Just let me finish this last batch of... The thunder cracked directly overhead with a sound like the world splitting open. The lights flickered once, twice, then plunged the bakery into total darkness. Ivy froze, momentarily blind and disoriented. The darkness felt thick, complete, wrapping around her like a weighted blanket. Stay put, Casey's calm voice came from across the room. I know where the emergency kit is. Ivy listened to Casey's confident movements in the dark. The sound of drawers opening, practical footsteps moving without hesitation around obstacles Ivy would have crashed into. How had she ever mistaken this woman's competence for mere grumpiness? A small beam of light appeared as Casey switched on her phone flashlight. Her face looked otherworldly in the harsh glow, all sharp shadows and defined angles. She moved to a cabinet near the back, extracting a box that rattled with supplies. Do you have service? Ivy fumbled for her own phone, finding only a blank no signal message. Casey checked hers and frowned. Nothing. Tower must be down. She rummaged through the emergency kit, pulling out 3 mismatched candles and a lighter. Soon, a warm, golden circle of light spread across the counter, pushing back the darkness enough for Ivy to see Casey's face properly. Let me check the door, Ivy said, sliding off her stool. She made her way to the front of the bakery, peering through the glass at the rain now coming down in sheets. She tried the door handle, but it didn't budge. It's locked. Electronic locks, Casey explained, coming up beside her. They default to lock during power outages. Safety feature. So we're stuck here? Until when? Until the power comes back or morning, whichever comes first. Casey's voice held a calm acceptance that Ivy envied. Looks like we're having an unplanned sleepover. Ivy felt a flutter of panic. I should call Jax. She stopped, remembering the no service notification. Right, no phone. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating Casey's face. Unworried, almost amused. Your manager will survive one night without knowing your exact coordinates. You've clearly never met Jax, Ivy muttered, but she followed Casey back to the counter where the candles created a small island of light. The storm intensified outside, rain lashing against the windows with growing ferocity. Casey emptied the rest of her emergency kit onto the counter. A small camping griddle, bottles of water, shelf-stable milk, some basic pantry items. There were even 2 thermal blankets and a first aid kit. Wow, Ivy said, impressed despite herself. You come prepared. Bakery 101, always be ready for anything. You probably have a zombie apocalypse plan too, don't you? Ivy teased. Casey's lips quirked, a small smile appearing in the candlelight that made Ivy's heart skip unexpectedly. Bold of you to assume I'm not already prepared for that specific scenario. The rain drummed harder against the roof, creating a cozy rhythm that filled the silence. Hungry? Casey asked, holding up a packet of shelf-stable ingredients. I can't offer much, but I do make a decent emergency pancake. Ivy's stomach growled in response. Is that even a question? I am always hungry. Banana pancakes it is. Casey set up the camping griddle on the counter, working with practiced efficiency. Can I help? Ivy asked, feeling strangely eager to be useful. Casey handed her a bowl. You can mix the batter. The simple domestic partnership of it, Casey measuring ingredients while Ivy whisked them together, felt bizarrely normal, as if they'd done this 100 times before. They moved around each other in the limited candlelit space, occasionally brushing arms or bumping shoulders. Each contact sent little sparks across Ivy's skin. You're whisking too hard, Casey said, coming to stand behind her. Like this. She reached around, her hand covering Ivy's on the whisk, demonstrating a gentler motion. You want air in the batter, not a workout. Neither of them pulled away immediately. Ivy was acutely aware of Casey's proximity, the warmth of her body just behind her, the faint scent of vanilla and cinnamon that seemed permanent on her skin. Like this? Ivy asked, her voice coming out softer than intended. Casey murmured, exactly like that. She stayed a moment longer than necessary before stepping back. They cooked the pancakes on the small griddle, the sweet banana scent mingling with the candle wax and petrichor from the storm. Without realizing it, Ivy began to hum, a melody she hadn't thought about in years. Then, quiet lyrics followed, almost under her breath. Found shelter in the spaces between moments, in the quiet when no one's watching me. She trailed off when she realized Casey had stopped flipping pancakes, listening intently. Don't stop, Casey said quietly. That doesn't sound like your usual stuff. The observation caught Ivy off guard. It's not. I wrote it before everything, before the label decided who Ivy Moon should be. It's beautiful, Casey said, simply returning her attention to the pancakes. But something had shifted in her expression. A new curiosity, a glimpse behind her usual reserve. When the pancakes were done, they slid down to the floor, backs against the counter cabinets, a plate between them. The floor was cool, but their shoulders occasionally touched as they ate, creating small points of warmth. This isn't in the manager-approved crisis protocol, Ivy joked, using humor as a shield against the growing warmth between them. Jax would have an aneurysm at the thought of me sitting on a floor eating pancakes by candlelight. Casey looked at her, candlelight catching the constellation of freckles across her nose. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. Ivy had to look away, suddenly unable to maintain eye contact. You might be right. The storm continued outside, creating a background symphony of rain and distant thunder. In this cozy bubble of candlelight, the real world seemed very far away. How did you end up here? Ivy asked after a while. In Silverbridge, I mean, opening a bakery. Casey was quiet long enough that Ivy thought she might not answer. Finally, she spoke. I needed someplace where I could build something that was entirely mine. After I transitioned, I wanted a fresh start, I guess. Somewhere I could be defined by what I created, not by who I was before. And you picked pastry. Pastry picked me, Casey corrected. My grandmother taught me to bake. It was the one constant when everything else was changing. She gestured vaguely at the darkened bakery around them. The first 2 years were hell. Half the town thought I wouldn't last 6 months. But you proved them wrong. A ghost of a smile touched Casey's lips. One cinnamon roll at a time. Ivy found herself wanting to reach out to touch Casey's hand, but she restrained herself. It takes guts to build something from nothing, to believe in yourself that much. What about you? Casey asked. All this fame and success, is it what you wanted? The question hit close to a truth Ivy rarely admitted, even to herself. Parts of it. The music, the connection with fans, that rush when a song comes together perfectly. I wanted that. She traced patterns in the condensation on her water bottle. But the rest, the cameras, the constant scrutiny, having every aspect of your identity packaged and marketed, that part just came with the territory. including staying closeted? Ivy tensed slightly, then forced herself to relax. After their game of truth or tartlets, Casey knew more about her than most people did. That was complicated. The label thought an openly queer artist wouldn't sell as well to the demographic they wanted. So I had these relationships with male artists that were basically publicity arrangements. She shook her head. Until Brandon, my last beard, decided to go off script at the AMAs and kiss me on camera. I wasn't prepared and I just lost it. Called him out, called the label out. That's the meltdown that sent me here. That's not a meltdown, Casey said with unexpected fierceness. That's standing up for yourself. Something warm unfurled in Ivy's chest at Casey's defense. Tell that to the internet. Screw the internet, Casey said simply. A comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the storm outside. Suddenly Pickle appeared from whatever hidden corner of the bakery she'd been exploring, seemingly unbothered by the storm. The cat stretched dramatically, arching her back before padding over to them. "Well, look who decided to join us," Casey said as Pickle settled into the small space between them, accepting Casey's hand, stroking her back. Ivy tentatively reached to pet the cat as well, half expecting to be rejected. Instead, Pickle leaned into her touch, purring loudly. Their hands met in Pickle's fur, and neither pulled away. The simple contact felt electric. "She doesn't usually like people this easily," Casey commented, her face close to Ivy's in the dim light. "Must be my natural charm," Ivy joked, but her voice came out breathier than intended. Casey's eyes, amber in the candlelight, held hers for a long moment. "Must be." Eventually, the candles began to burn low. Casey stood, stretching. "We should try to get some sleep. The power might not be back until morning." She led Ivy to the back room where a worn but clean couch sat beneath a small window. Rain streamed down the glass, creating wavering shadows across their faces. "It's not the five-star accommodations you're used to," Casey apologized, gathering spare bakery aprons to use as makeshift blankets. "But it's comfortable enough. I've napped here during particularly brutal holiday baking marathons." Ivy touched her arm, feeling the warmth of skin through thin cotton. "It's perfect," she said with complete sincerity. And strangely, it was. This small room, with its rain-streaked window and humble couch, felt more real than any luxury suite she'd stayed in. They settled onto the narrow couch, awkwardly navigating the limited space. Casey tucked the folded aprons around them, creating a makeshift blanket. Every small movement brought them closer, until they were pressed together from shoulder to knee. Ivy could feel the rise and fall of Casey's breathing, the warmth radiating from her body. The last candle flickered on a nearby shelf, casting their shadows against the wall. Two silhouettes merged into one. Ivy found herself turning slightly toward Casey, drawn by a gravity she couldn't explain. Their eyes met in the fading candlelight, and Ivy's gaze dropped momentarily to Casey's lips. She leaned forward just a fraction before hesitation gripped her. What if she was misreading this? What if she ruined whatever fragile connection was growing between them? She pulled back slightly, choosing caution. "Good night, Casey," she whispered instead, her voice unsteady. Casey's expression was unreadable in the near darkness, a complex mixture of emotions crossing her face too quickly to interpret, but then her hand found Ivy's under the makeshift apron, blanket, squeezing once before letting go. "Good night, Ivy," she replied softly. Pickle appeared as if conjured, jumping onto the couch and stretching across their feet. The cat's weight was oddly comforting, anchoring them both to this moment. As the candlelight finally sputtered out, Ivy listened to the rain against the window and Casey's steady breathing beside her. For the first time since arriving in Silverbridge, she felt like she was exactly where she belonged. Not running from something, but perhaps running toward it instead. This bakery, this town, this woman whose heartbeat she could almost feel through the thin barrier of clothing between them. Sleep came easier than it had in years, wrapped in the scent of cinnamon and the gentle rhythm of the storm.
Chapter 6, Mixing Signals. Casey woke with a jolt, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar position and the weight across her legs. Her neck cricked painfully as she pushed herself up from the worn bakery couch, tangled hair falling into her eyes. Pickle glared at being disturbed, digging claws briefly into Casey's thigh before resettling with an offended tail twitch. Morning sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting golden rectangles across the floor. Casey blinked, memory flooding back in fragments. The power outage, makeshift pancakes in the dark, Ivy's voice low and sweet as she hummed a melody she claimed nobody had heard before. And then, that moment, the one where Ivy had looked at her, really looked at her. Their faces close enough that Casey could count each perfect eyelash. The moment where something electric and terrifying had hung between them. Casey shivered, suddenly aware that she wore something that wasn't hers. A soft designer hoodie draped around her shoulders, smelling faintly of expensive perfume and Ivy shampoo. The intimacy of it made her pulse quicken uncomfortably. She'd fallen asleep next to Ivy Moon, on the same cramped couch, like they were something. She stood abruptly, dislodging Pickle, who yowled in protest. A clatter from the kitchen made her freeze. Sorry, Ivy's floated through the doorway. Drop the spoon. Don't worry, I sterilized it. I think. Do you sterilize spoons? Is that a baker thing? Casey smoothed her rumpled clothes and tried to pat down her hair, which she could feel sticking up in at least 3 different directions. She took a deep breath before stepping into the kitchen. Ivy stood at the counter, illuminated by a shaft of morning light that turned her messy blonde hair into a halo. She wore yesterday's jeans and one of Casey's spare Sunbeam Sweets t-shirts, the one with the faded sunshine logo that Casey kept for particularly messy baking days. It hung loose on Ivy's smaller frame, making her look oddly vulnerable and inexplicably at home in Casey's space. Morning, roomie, Ivy said with a tentative smile, holding out a steaming mug. I figured out your coffee contraption. This place is way more analog than I'm used to. Casey stepped forward, careful to keep the counter between them. It's not a contraption, it's a French press. They've existed for over 100 years. Ivy's smile dimmed slightly. Right, of course. Casey shrugged off the hoodie, holding it out at arm's length. Thanks for this. I don't remember. You were shivering around 4 a.m., Ivy said, taking a sip from her own mug. The temperature dropped after the rain. I was already awake because Pickle decided my feet were mice that needed hunting. She does that. Casey placed the hoodie on the counter, the fabric pulling between them like a boundary. Thanks, she added belatedly. No problem. There's coffee, obviously. Ivy gestured toward the French press. And I found some bagels that look safe to toast. Though I should warn you, I have incredibly low standards for food safety. Casey nodded stiffly, the domesticity of the moment making her skin prickle with unease. She skirted around Ivy to reach the sink, putting plenty of space between them. I need to open the bakery. It's only 6. Doesn't the bakery open at 7:30? Prep starts early. Casey grabbed a sponge and began scrubbing at a perfectly clean section of counter. Need help? No. I've got it. Casey moved to the display case, checking for fingerprints and finding none. She cleaned it anyway. Ivy leaned against the counter, watching. I can leave if you want. I mean, obviously I should change before people see me wearing your shirt and get ideas. People always get ideas, Casey said flatly. She moved to the recipe cards, reorganizing them by season rather than alphabetically, creating a flurry of unnecessary activity. Last night was nice, Ivy said quietly, the words hanging in the air between them. Casey's hand stilled on a dog-eared pumpkin bread recipe. Something warm and dangerous unfurled in her chest. Nice? It had been more than nice. It had been the kind of night that reminded Casey what it felt like to be seen, to connect with someone who didn't have 9 years of Casey context, someone who was just there, present, making pancakes and sharing secrets in candlelight, which was exactly why it was terrifying. We should focus on the auction, Casey said, turning to face Ivy with an expression she hoped conveyed professional detachment. We're behind schedule after yesterday's power outage. The cocktail competition is tomorrow, and we still haven't finalized the donation list for the silent auction. Ivy's face registered a brief flicker of something. Hurt? Confusion? But it smoothed over so quickly Casey might have imagined it. You're right, Ivy said, setting down her mug. I should go change and grab my notes. Can I bring back coffee from Penny's? I know they're the enemy, but latte art is my love language. Sunbeam Sweets does have enemies. We have competition that we acknowledge respectfully, Casey said, though this was a blatant lie. She'd been locked in a 5-year Cold War with Penny's over their inferior cinnamon rolls. And there's perfectly good coffee here. Ivy's posture shifted subtly. Her shoulders went back, chin lifting slightly. The casual warmth from moments ago replaced with the polished veneer Casey recognized from their first meeting. Got it. Just colleagues. Message received. Casey watched Ivy slip into the back room to gather her things, guilt pooling in her stomach. She hadn't meant to sound so cold. She just needed space, boundaries, safety from whatever had almost happened last night. The front bell jingled, and Leo burst in, a riot of color in his bright yellow polo and carrying an arrangement of fresh dahlias for the counter display. Good morning, sunshine, he called, then stopped abruptly, taking in Casey's rumpled appearance and the 2 coffee mugs on the counter. His eyebrows shot toward his hairline. Oh my God, who died or who kissed? Nobody kissed anybody, Casey said too quickly, grabbing a rag and wiping down the already spotless espresso machine. Your hair's doing that thing it does when you sleep on it weird, and there are 2 coffee mugs, and you're cleaning something that doesn't need cleaning. Leo placed the flowers on the counter, crossing his arms. Spill it, Wash. The power went out. We got stuck here. We made pancakes. We slept separately. The end. Leo tilted his head. On that tiny couch in the back room? Separately? Casey felt heat creeping up her neck. Pickle was between us. Ah, yes, Pickle, the notorious chaperone. Leo's grin widened as he began arranging flowers with theatrical precision. So, who made the first move? Please tell me you did. I have $20 riding on you cracking first. You made bets? Casey hissed, mortified. Charlie, of course we did. The town's most eligible baker and an international pop star trapped in a power outage? It's like a Hallmark movie, but gay and with better outfits. Leo's gaze shifted over Casey's shoulder. Speaking of, Casey turned to see Ivy emerging from the back room, hoodie on and a small backpack slung over one shoulder. She'd somehow managed to make her messy hair look artfully disheveled rather than slept on. Morning, Leo, Ivy said with a practiced smile. Nice flowers. Nice shirt, he replied, eyes dancing. Isn't that the one Casey wears when she's stress baking at midnight? Casey shot him a glare that should have incinerated him on the spot. Ivy just shrugged, unflustered. Power outage, borrowed clothes, nothing scandalous, I'm afraid. She headed for the door. I'll be back in an hour with the updated auction list, Casey. Door closed behind her with a cheerful jingle that felt inappropriately upbeat for the tension it left in its wake. Leo rounded on Casey the moment Ivy was out of sight. Nothing happened? Then why does your face look like that? Like what? Like someone stole your favorite rolling pin and you're plotting their murder? Leo positioned a bright purple dahlia at what he clearly believed was the perfect angle. Or like someone almost kissed you and you're hiding in your flower fortress. There was no almost kissing, Casey insisted, though the words felt hollow on her tongue. There had been something, a moment when the air between them had thickened, when Ivy had leaned forward just slightly, eyes dropping to Casey's lips before she'd pulled back, turning the motion into a reach for the pancake spatula. Leo's theatrical sigh pulled her from the memory. Casey, Marion Walsh, you are the most stubborn human I've ever met. And I've met actual toddlers. Don't full name me. Then don't lie to my face. Something happened. Casey threw her hands up. Nothing happened. That's the whole point. Nothing happened. Nothing is happening. And nothing will happen between me and Ivy Moon. Methinks the lady doth protest extremely specifically, Leo muttered, but mercifully dropped the subject as Casey flipped the sign to open and the morning rush began. The familiar rhythm of serving customers provided a welcome distraction. Casey lost herself in the comfortable routine, greeting regulars, boxing pastries, brewing fresh coffee every 30 minutes. Through the kitchen doorway, she caught glimpses of Ivy, who had returned wearing fresh clothes and was now methodically feeding tiny bits of croissant to Pickle while singing under her breath. Casey recognized the melody with a jolt. You Oughta Know by Alanis Morissette, the universal anthem of women scorned. Ivy sang the bridge with quiet intensity, unaware of being observed, her face unguarded and expressive. Pickle sat before her like a supplicant, tail twitching appreciatively with each pastry offering. Something twisted in Casey's chest. Had she hurt Ivy's feelings with her abrupt withdrawal this morning? The vulnerability in Ivy's private moment made Casey's earlier panic seem oversized and clumsy. The bell jingled again, and Ruth and May walked in, arms linked as always. May's silver hair was twisted into an elaborate braid today, while Ruth wore her signature denim jumpsuit, pockets bulging with what Casey knew were likely dog treats. Spare reading glasses, and probably contraband candy. Here she is, Ruth declared as if Casey might have been hiding. We need your event expertise, dear. My expertise? Casey echoed, already suspicious. Of course, May. Of course, May said, patting Casey's hand. Your hair looks lovely today, very tousled. Casey resisted the urge to smooth it down again. The auction planning is going fine. Ivy and I have the spreadsheets under control. Speaking of Ivy, Ruth said, peering into the pastry case with exaggerated interest, is she around? We have a question about musical accompaniment for the evening. On cue, Ivy appeared from the kitchen, Pickle trotting at her heels like a loyal subject. I heard my name and music in the same sentence. How can I help? Just the woman we wanted to see, May beamed. Any love song dedications in the oven yet? For the auction, of course. Casey nearly dropped the tray of scones she'd been arranging. May's tone was innocent, but her eyes were shrewd behind her glasses. Ivy stepped smoothly forward. Actually, we've been thinking the auction might benefit from a more upbeat playlist. Studies show people spend more when they're energized. She flashed a smile that was all professional charm. But I'd love to hear your suggestions. Ruth and May exchanged a look that Casey knew meant trouble. They'd been playing matchmaker in Silverbridge for over 30 years with alarming success. We were thinking something more intimate, Ruth said, eyes twinkling. A duet, perhaps? Maybe for the after party, Ivy replied easily, deflecting with practiced grace. Now, about the centerpieces. May, I heard you were a flower arranging champion? Casey stood frozen, watching Ivy expertly divert the conversation, giving her time to recover from Ruth's ambush. It was a small kindness, but it pierced through Casey's defensive fog. After Ruth and May left, loaded down with pastries and auction promises, the bakery quieted. The afternoon stretched before them, filled with prep work for tomorrow's cocktail contest at the Mango Tree Bar. Casey triple-checked her recipe cards for the bakery's signature cocktail submission, while Ivy sorted garnishes at a careful distance. The easy camaraderie from the night before had vanished, replaced by polite efficiency. Casey caught herself staring at Ivy's hands as they deftly sliced citrus peels into perfect spirals. She remembered how they'd felt brushing against her own in the candlelight as they'd reached for the same spatula. Ivy looked up, catching Casey's gaze. For a moment, neither spoke. I had an idea, Ivy finally said, setting down her knife with careful precision. For the festival's open mic night. Oh, I thought maybe we could do something together. Nothing flashy, just acoustic. Ivy's voice was carefully neutral. You mentioned you used to sing in college, and I thought... No, Casey said too quickly. The thought of standing on a stage with Ivy Moon in front of the entire town made her palms sweat. I don't perform anymore. Ivy's face fell briefly before she composed it. Right. No problem. Just an idea. She nodded once and walked away, shoulders slightly hunched, a posture Casey had never seen from her before. Casey watched her go, explanation dying in her throat. It wasn't personal. It was just that Casey had spent years building a life where she was safe, respected, and most importantly, not a spectacle. Performing with Ivy would put her right back in the spotlight, would link them publicly in a way that felt dangerous. The rest of the afternoon passed in quiet industry. By closing time, Ivy had left to attend a meeting with the mayor about publicity for the auction, leaving Casey alone in the bakery. She moved through her closing routine by muscle memory, wiping down counters and putting away supplies. Without conscious thought, she found herself humming the melody of the song Ivy had suggested for their duet, a folk pop ballad Casey remembered from years ago. She stopped, surprised by herself. Setting down her cleaning cloth, she pulled out her phone and searched for the lyrics. The words appeared on her screen, familiar and yet fresh. Casey began softly singing the harmony part, just to see if she still could. Her voice was rusty but found the notes, filling the empty bakery with the sound she denied earlier. It felt good, better than she remembered. A soft thud interrupted her. Pickle had knocked something off the counter. Ivy's notebook, which she'd left behind in her hurry to meet the mayor. Casey bent to retrieve it, a loose page slipping free as she did. She started to tuck it back in, then froze when she caught sight of the words scrawled across the top. Silverbridge Sunrise. Below was what appeared to be lyrics to a new song written in Ivy's looping handwriting. Woke up to flower-dusted counters and light through unfamiliar panes. Found shelter in a storm, washed nowhere. That's starting to feel like it has a name. Maybe it's just the sunrise. Maybe it's just this town. Maybe it's just the way you look at me when you think no one else is around. Casey carefully returned the page to the notebook, unsettled by the glimpse into Ivy's private thoughts. This wasn't some PR stunt or career move. These were real feelings. About Silverbridge, about finding unexpected shelter, about Casey. She set the notebook aside for Ivy to retrieve tomorrow and finish closing up, her mind replaying fragments of their night together. Ivy laughing as she failed to flip a pancake, the serious look in her eyes as she described feeling truly free for the first time since her career began, the warmth of her shoulder pressed against Casey's as they drifted off to sleep. Later that night, Casey lay in bed staring at her phone. She'd sent a text to Ivy about auction logistics an hour ago, keeping it strictly professional. Actile demonstration starts at 6 p.m. tomorrow. We should arrive by 5 to set up the display table. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, then reappeared before Ivy's response came through. I'll be there, bringing extra garnishes and the auction catalogs. Should I wear something specific? Casey hesitated, then typed. The mango tree gets crowded. Dress comfortably. She started to put her phone down, then picked it back up. Her thumbs hovered over the keyboard as she typed and deleted 3 different apologies. About this morning, I didn't mean to be so... Delete. I'm sorry if I seemed cold. It's just that way. Last night was nice for me too. I'm just not good at... Really. Here in the end, she set her phone aside without sending anything more. How could she explain her fear without revealing too much? Without admitting that letting someone in, especially someone like Ivy, who lived her life in the public eye, whose entire stay in Silverbridge was temporary, felt like inviting heartbreak? Casey closed her eyes, but sleep remained elusive. The harmony to Ivy's song still played in her head, along with the echo of Ivy's words from their pancake night. Sometimes I think, I've spent so many years being who everyone wants me to be that I've forgotten who I actually am. Casey has spent years building walls to protect the person she'd worked so hard to become. But lying there, remembering the feel of Ivy's hoodie draped around her shoulders and the way Pickle had stretched across both their legs, she wondered if those same walls might be keeping out the very thing she needed to let in.
Chapter 7. The Mango Tree Meltdown. Ivy tugged at the hem of her shirt, the casual cotton feeling both foreign and liberating after years of stylists dictating her every look. Standing in the Mango Tree Bar's prep area, she methodically arranged lime wedges, salt bowls, and chili-infused syrup with uncharacteristic precision, contestants moving between stations like choreographed dancers. She glanced up at the colorful paper lanterns, swinging gently in the evening breeze, casting warm patterns across the wooden countertops. Everything about the mango tree felt effortless. From the massive mango tree growing through the center of the patio to the mismatched vintage glassware. It was exactly the kind of place that would never make it in LA, which made Ivy love it all the more. Pulling a compact mirror from her pocket, she quickly checked her reflection. Nothing fancy, just a touch of tinted lip gloss. No need for the Ivy Moon stage face tonight. This was just her. Mostly. It's a bartending contest, not a photo shoot. Casey's voice came from behind as she set down their collective ingredients with a small thud. Who roared out of the kitchen, followed by Casey, Bobby. Ivy snapped the compact shut. Who says we can't win and look good doing it? She kept her tone deliberately light, though something in her chest tightened at Casey's comment. Always the assumption that she was performing, even when she wasn't. Casey unloaded their supplies. Locally distilled gin, fresh herbs from Ruth's garden, homemade syrups Casey had prepared at the bakery. Her movements were quick, efficient, but Ivy noticed the slight tremor in her hands as she arranged their station. Stage fright. She recognized it instantly. Without thinking, Ivy reached out, her fingers gently steadying Casey's wrist as she measured the chili-infused simple syrup. "Easy there, Baker. 2 ounces, not the whole bottle." Ivy's voice softened. "Trust me on this." Casey stilled under her touch, but didn't pull away. Their eyes met briefly, and Ivy felt something shift. A small crack in the careful distance they'd maintained since that night on the bakery couch. Warmth spread through her fingers, where they pressed against Casey's pulse point. "I've never done this before," Casey admitted quietly, almost too low to hear over the growing crowd. "Mixed drinks or participated in public competitions." "Both." Casey's lips quirked up slightly. "Unless you count my gingerbread house, getting honorable mention in 4th grade. Ivy grinned. "Well, today we're upgrading from gingerbread to gin, so I'd say that's progress." The bar area filled with townspeople settling at tables and perching on stools. Strings of lights twinkled overhead, complementing the sunset's golden glow. Mayor Eloise bustled through the crowd with her signature clipboard, checking contestants' stations and adjusting decorations with militaristic precision. 10 minutes, cocktail competitors." The mayor's voice carried impressively without a microphone. "Remember, your creations will be judged on taste, presentation, and how well they represent your—" She wiggled her eyebrows dramatically. "Partnership." Casey groaned softly. "Why did I let you talk me into this?" "Because my boysenberry basil syrup complements your hand-crushed ice technique perfectly," Ivy offered, brandishing a sprig of mint. "Or because I promised to take dish duty for a week?" Before Casey could respond, Mayor Eloise climbed onto a small wooden platform, tapping a spoon against a copper mug for attention. The crowd quieted immediately, all eyes turning toward her floral-patterned figure. "Welcome, welcome to our annual Couple of the Weekend cocktail contest," she announced, beaming at the gathering. Her gaze swept across the contestants before landing pointedly on Ivy and Casey. "We have some exciting pairings this year, including our bakery and Broadway team up." Casey winced visibly. "Broadway?" Ivy slipped easily into performance mode, offering a practice wave to the curious onlookers. "Close enough," she whispered to Casey. "Better than that girl who had a meltdown at the VMAs." Something unreadable flickered across Casey's face, but she nodded once before returning her attention to their ingredients. "And begin," Mayor Eloise declared, starting a timer with theatrical flair. They moved together with unexpected synchronicity. Ivy handled the showmanship, flipping bottles with practiced charm, a skill left over from a summer bartending gig between tours. Casey focused on measurements, her baker's precision evident in every pour. They'd practiced their signature drink, dubbed the debate team, all week at the bakery, after hours. Half sweet, half spicy, divided by a thin slice of citrus floating vertically down the center. "The rim is going to be half salt, half sugar," Ivy explained to a cluster of onlookers, demonstrating the technique. "Two sides that shouldn't work together but somehow do." Casey caught her eye over the shaker, a slight smile playing at her lips. For a moment, Ivy forgot they were performing, forgot the crowd watching them. Her movements slowed, that now familiar warmth spreading through her chest. "Smile, lovebirds!" Leo's boisterous voice broke the spell as he circulated through the bar, phone held high to document every moment. "The town's social media needs content." Casey froze mid-pour, her expression locking down. The connection between them snapped like a stretched rubber band. I smoothly pivoted, drawing Leo's attention to their creation rather than their expressions. We're demonstrating our drinks concept, she explained, holding up the two-toned cocktail. Sweet versus spicy. Like us, opposites that somehow work together. A chorus of appreciative ahs rippled through the onlookers. Casey's shoulders relaxed slightly, the corner of her mouth lifting in what might generously be called a half smile. The contest continued, both of them falling into rhythm. Ivy felt lighter than she had in months. There was something freeing about creating something with her hands that wasn't polished or produced or focus tested for market appeal. Just a simple cocktail made with someone who didn't expect her to be anything but present. Then she felt it. A shift in the room's energy, subtle as a key change in a bridge. Ivy's senses, honed by years of reading concert crowds, picked it up instantly. She lifted her gaze from the mint she was muddling and froze. Talia Chen stood at the bar entrance, looking flawlessly put together in slim cut pants and a silk top that probably cost more than most people in Silverbridge made in a week. Her ex-girlfriend, former backup dancer, the woman who had been right beside her during the meteoric rise of her career and conspicuously absent during its crash. Their eyes met across the crowded patio. Ivy nearly dropped the muddler. "What's wrong?" Casey asked, following Ivy's suddenly fixed stare. "Nothing," Ivy said automatically, the word coming out too quickly. She looked down, focusing intently on the drink in front of her, but her hands had lost their confidence. As they finished their demonstration and served samples to the judges, Ivy felt, rather than saw, Talia weaving through the crowd toward their station. Each step closer made her heart rate kick up another notch. She hadn't seen Talia since before the awards show disaster, before her very public outing had made her toxic to the carefully constructed images of those in her orbit. "Quite the domestic scene, Ivy." Talia's voice was exactly as Ivy remembered it, smooth, slightly husky, and carrying a hint of judgment beneath the pleasantness. Very quaint. Ivy's body tensed, celebrity mask slipping firmly into place before she even turned around. Her spine straightened, shoulders pulling back, mouth arranging itself into the camera-ready smile that had graced magazine covers. "Talia," she said, her voice shifting to something more polished and controlled than it had been moments before. What a surprise. She performed the required air kiss, feeling Casey's curious gaze on them like a physical touch. "This is Casey Walsh, my, partner for the contest. Casey, this is Talia Chen, ex-girlfriend," Talia added with a pointed smile, "among other things." Casey nodded without offering her hand. "Nice to meet you," she said, the words polite but her tone carrying all the warmth of day-old coffee. Talia's gaze swept over their station, taking in the homemade syrups and hand-written recipe cards with thinly veiled amusement. "So this is where you've been hiding? When Jack said you were finding yourself in a quaint town setting, I pictured something a little more," she gestured vaguely, "Instagrammable." "Silverbridge isn't about the aesthetics," Ivy said, hating how defensive she sounded. "Clearly." Talia picked up one of their cocktail samples, sipping it with exaggerated consideration. "Slumming it seems to suit you, though. I haven't seen you this relaxed since before the label got involved." Her emphasis made relaxed sound like disheveled. Casey shifted beside her, a barely perceptible movement closer to Ivy's side. "How did you even find this place?" Ivy asked, deflecting. "Jax mentioned you were lying low here. I had a booking in Boston, so I thought I'd swing by." Talia's smile turned suggestive, for old time's sake. The knot in Ivy's stomach tightened. Of course Jax had told her. Her manager had never approved of their relationship, but had played nice for the cameras anyway. Everything for the image, never mind the reality. "We're kind of in the middle of something here," Casey interjected, her voice level but firm. She placed a hand on the counter between Talia and their setup, the gesture subtly but unmistakably territorial. The protective move caught Ivy off guard, sending an unexpected rush of warmth through her chest. Casey was defending her, not Ivy Moon the celebrity, but just her. Talia's eyebrows rose slightly. I see. Her gaze flickered between them with calculated assessment. Well, don't let me interrupt your competition. As Talia melted back into the crowd, Ivy released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The celebrity persona she'd automatically slipped into felt suddenly heavy and ill-fitting, like someone else's coat. Sorry about that, she murmured to Casey. Casey studied her for a moment. You don't need to apologize for other people being rude. During the judges' deliberation, they leaned against the bar, side by side, unexpectedly giddy from the adrenaline rush of performance. The evening air carried the sweet scent of mango blossoms, mingling with distilled spirits. Conversations hummed around them as contestants and spectators mingled. Ivy noticed a smudge of flour on Casey's shoulder, evidence of her morning shift at the bakery, carried through the entire day. Without thinking, she reached up and brushed it away gently. You've got bakery evidence everywhere, she teased, her fingers lingering on the soft fabric of Casey's shirt. Even at a bar competition, you're still marked by your ovens. Casey didn't pull away. Her eyes met Ivy's, steady and warm in the lantern light. Hazard of the profession. The moment stretched between them, weighted with unspoken possibilities. Ivy's hand remained, her thumb brushing the curve of Casey's shoulder. She could feel the tension in the air. Not uncomfortable, but charged with something that made her breath catch. A camera flash shattered the moment. The local paper's photographer lowered his camera with an apologetic shrug. Sorry, mayor's orders. Document all the contestants. They stepped apart immediately, the connection between them severing as quickly as it had formed. The judges returned with their decisions, and Mayor Eloise reclaimed her makeshift stage with characteristic enthusiasm. She worked through the categories with deliberate showmanship. Most innovative, best presentation, most seasonal, before arriving at the grand prize. And our couple of the weekend cocktail champions are, she paused dramatically, Casey and Ivy with their debate team creation. Applause erupted around them. Casey looked genuinely surprised, while Ivy felt a burst of ridiculous pride. The mayor presented them with a novelty trophy, a golden cocktail shaker mounted on a wooden base with their names already engraved. They knew before they even tasted them, Casey whispered as they accepted the award. It's Silverbridge, Ivy whispered back. Nothing's ever just a competition. Their momentary triumph was cut short as Talia materialized beside them at the bar, 2 flutes of champagne in hand. Congratulations on your win, she said, offering them the glasses. Very touching. Ivy took the champagne without drinking it, her stomach nodding again. She could read the calculation in Talia's expression. Had seen it too many times before. Another PR stunt, Ivy? Talia asked quietly, her eyes flicking meaningfully between them. That's what you do best, right? Create a little small-town romance to rehabilitate your image? Casey stiffened beside her. It's not like that, Ivy started, but the words caught in her throat. How could she explain something she barely understood herself? That what had started as hiding had somehow begun to feel like coming home? Her hesitation lasted only seconds, but it was enough. Casey's expression shuttered closed, the warmth from earlier replaced by careful blankness. I should help clean up, Casey said, setting down her untouched champagne and turning away. Ivy reached for her arm. Casey, wait. Her phone buzzed aggressively in her pocket. Not the casual notification vibration, but the rapid-fire alert pattern she'd set specifically for Jax. With sinking certainty, she pulled it out. A notification filled her screen. Jax had reposted the flower brushing photo, It was a beautiful shot, intimate, candid, catching the soft lantern light on their faces. Below it, the caption read, "America's sweetheart finding small town romance? Silverbridge secrets? Ivy moon rising?" It already had thousands of likes. The celebration continued around her, but Ivy felt suddenly hollow. She watched Casey moving methodically through the cleanup process, stacking glasses, wiping down surfaces, nodding politely as townspeople congratulated her. The space between them seemed to stretch into miles. Later, as the crowd began to thin, Ivy stood alone at the edge of the patio. The night air had cooled, but she barely felt it. She watched Casey helping the bar staff collect the last of the glasses, her movements efficient and closed off. "You always were good at playing parts, Ivy." She didn't need to turn to recognize Talia's voice behind her. "I'm not playing anything," Ivy said, staring out at the twinkling lights of Silverbridge's main street. "Really? The small town sweetheart routine seems pretty convincing." Talia moved beside her, following her gaze toward the town. The reclusive baker, the charming little bakery, the conveniently photogenic moments. Very on brand for your redemption arc. "You don't know what you're talking about." "Don't I?" Talia's laugh held no humor. "I was there for the construction of Ivy Moon, remember? I watched them build you piece by piece." The words stung with painful accuracy. Ivy had spent so much of her career being molded, packaged, and presented that sometimes she couldn't remember where the performance ended and she began. "This is different," she insisted. "Maybe." Talia's voice softened slightly. "But eventually the curtain comes down, Ivy. And then what?" She walked away, leaving Ivy alone with the question hanging in the cooling night air. Across the patio, Casey collected their trophy with mechanical efficiency, not looking in Ivy's direction. The distance between them felt insurmountable now, wider than it had been even during those first awkward days at the bakery. Ivy knew she should go to her, explain that Jax had posted without her knowledge, that what was growing between them wasn't calculated or performed. But the words stuck in her throat. How could she make Casey believe her when her own life had become so tangled in pretense that sometimes even she couldn't tell where the performance ended? The celebration wound down around her as she stood motionless, watching Casey slip out the side exit without a backward glance.
Chapter 8, Whisked Away. Casey pounded the heel of her hand against the sourdough, feeling the slightly sour, yeasty smell mingle with the steam already rising from the ovens. The bakery at 5 in the morning was a sanctuary of sorts, familiar scents, predictable motions, no unexpected emotions or complications. Just dough that went where she pushed it. Sleep had been elusive. Every time she closed her eyes, Casey saw Ivy's face at the cocktail contest. The flash of hurt when Talia appeared, the strange hesitation when the ex had sneered about PR stunts. It was that hesitation that bothered her most. Not an immediate denial, just nothing. Casey flipped the dough and slammed it down again with more force than necessary. She wasn't being fair. Ivy had been ambushed, caught off guard. Anyone would hesitate when confronted by a bitter ex. But what if it wasn't just hesitation? She pushed the thought away, focusing on the dough. Knead, fold, turn. The reliable physics of gluten formation. Chemistry she could count on. The front door rattled despite the closed sign, and Casey didn't bother looking up. Only one person would dare disturb her pre-opening ritual. "We open at 7, Leo. You know this." "This can't wait till 7. Leo's usually theatrical voice was oddly tight. "Have you seen your phone this morning?" "My phone is on silent in my office where it belongs." Casey swiped flour from her forehead with her forearm. "Unlike some people, I don't need hourly validation from social media." Leo thrust his phone toward her face. "You need to see this." Casey sighed, wiped her hands on her apron, and took the device. The image on screen made her breath catch. It was her and Ivy from the contest last night. That weirdly intimate moment when Ivy had brushed flour from her shoulder, eyes locked on Casey's, finger trailing just slightly along her collarbone. Casey remembered the flutter in her stomach when it happened, but it wasn't the photo that made her fingers go numb. It was the caption, "Summer's sweetest love story. Pop princess Ivy Moon finds romance in hiding with small town baker. Cottagecore love comeback." In the credit line, imagery post approved by Jax Abbott Ivy Moon Management. Her stomach plummeted as if she'd missed a step in the dark. "There's more," Leo said quietly, reaching over to scroll down for her. Comments cascaded beneath the image. "PR genius, this is why Jax is the best in the biz." TV's small town romance comeback is everything. Baker and the pop star classic rom-com move after the awards show meltdown. Smart pivot from disaster to pastoral lesbian fairy tale. And Geo. Casey's face felt hot, then cold. She scrolled, fingers clumsy, to see the post had thousands of shares already. "I thought you knew," Leo said, his usual exuberance dimmed. "I thought maybe you two were actually—" "Then we're nothing," Casey said sharply, pushing the phone back at him. Her hand was shaking, sending little puffs of flour into the air between them. "Nothing but a convenient storyline, apparently." Leo's brow furrowed. "Case, are you sure? Because the way she looks at you—" "Drop it." Casey picked up her rolling pin, gripping it so tightly her knuckles went white. "I need to finish this bread before opening." Leo hovered, uncharacteristically hesitant. "The whole town's talking, Casey." "Great." She slammed the pen down on the dough. "Just great." By 9 o'clock, Casey was ready to put the close sign back up. Every customer who came in had a smirk or a knowing look. Mrs. Feldman had actually winked and asked if the girlfriend would be stopping by today. 3 teenagers had loitered by the pastry case, clearly hoping for a celebrity sighting. A guy she vaguely recognized from 2 towns over had tried to snap a photo of her while pretending to admire the menu board. So much for the carefully constructed piece of her life. She'd built Sunbeam Suites as a refuge, a place where she belonged on her own terms. Now it felt like a fishbowl. The bell chimed, and Casey's welcome died on her lips when Ruth Carter's silver-haired head appeared around the door. "Good morning, dear," Ruth said, making her usual beeline for the scone display. Her sharp eyes took in Casey's rigid posture and the tight set of her mouth. "Are you all right?" "Bye," Casey said, too quickly. "Blueberry cinnamon today, your favorite." Ruth selected her scone but didn't move away from the counter. Instead, she reached over and squeezed Casey's flour-dusted hand. "Not everything is what it first appears, dear." Casey blinked. "What?" "When May first came to town, everyone thought she was the rudest woman who ever lived," Ruth said with a small smile. "Turned out she was just terrified of saying the wrong thing and being rejected. Sometimes the stories we tell ourselves about other people aren't the whole truth." Before Casey could respond, the bell chimed again. Ivy stood in the doorway, clutching a cardboard box against her chest like a shield. Her platinum hair was pulled up in a messy bun, dark roots more visible than usual, as if she hadn't bothered with her usual styling routine. Her eyes found Casey's immediately, and the naked worry in them made Casey's chest tighten. "I'll leave you to it," Ruth murmured, patting Casey's hand before shuffling toward a table with her scone. Ivy approached the counter cautiously, setting the box down between them. "Casey, about last night?" "Not here," Casey cut her off, suddenly aware of the dozen customers pretending not to eavesdrop. Her voice came out sharper than intended, carrying across the quiet bakery. A flash of hurt crossed Ivy's face, quickly masked. She nodded once, tightly. Casey untied her apron and hung it on the hook by the kitchen door. "Mia, can you cover the counter?" she called to her assistant, then jerked her head toward the kitchen. 5 minutes, Ivy." Pickle, who had been curled in her usual spot on the windowsill, sat up alertly as they passed, whiskers twitching at the tension rolling off them. The moment the kitchen door swung shut behind them, Casey rounded on Ivy. "Was this your plan all along, make the grumpy local baker fall for you so you could, rebrand yourself as the sweet, repentant celebrity?" Ivy's eyes widened. "What? No!" "Your manager is promoting us as some kind of PR love story," Casey hissed, gesturing toward the front of the shop. "There are people out there right now hoping to catch us kissing or fighting or whatever gets more clicks." "Casey, I didn't know Jax would—" "You didn't deny it last night," Casey interrupted, her voice rising despite herself. "Talia called it a PR stunt and you just stood there like it was too absurd to even bother refuting." Ivy tried to reach for her arm, expression stricken. That's not what happened. I froze, yes, but not because. Casey jerked away from her touch. Not because what? Not because it's true? Then why is your manager captioning photos like we're the summer's hottest couple? It's complicated, Ivy said, running a hand through her hair, displacing more strands from her already messy bun. Jax has been pushing this narrative since he sent me here, but I never agreed to. Right, Casey laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. Poor Ivy Moon, always the victim of circumstances. Did you laugh about it later? The baker who actually thought you might be genuine? That's not fair. Ivy's composure cracked. I've never been anything but genuine with you. Ah, so genuine. You didn't mention your manager was spinning PR gold from our whatever this is. Casey gestured between them, face flushing. What am I to you, Ivy? A stepping stone back to public approval? The quirky, small town chapter in your redemption arc? You know that's not true. Ivy's voice rose to match Casey's. After everything we've shared, how can you think I'd use you like that? The kitchen had gone silent except for their ragged breathing. Through the door, Casey could tell the front of the bakery had gone equally quiet. Customers no doubt straining to hear. I don't know what to think, Casey said, quieter now but no less intense. I just know I woke up to discover my life has turned into content for your comeback tour. Casey, please, Ivy's voice broke. On her name, what happened between us? What's happening? It's real. At least it is for me. The raw volubility in those words made Casey falter. But then Pickle hissed sharply, startling them both as she bolted from her perch on the kitchen counter. Her tail knocked against a display of handmade mugs, sending them crashing to the floor. The shattering sound was like a thunderclap in the tense silence. I let you in, Casey said, staring at the broken ceramics scattered across the floor. I trusted you, and I'm never giving you reason not to. Ivy took a step towards her, hands outstretched. Casey, look at me. I'm not using you. I'm not using this. Jax did this on his own, probably because he saw the photo and realized I was actually happy for once, and happiness doesn't fit his damage control narrative. Casey crossed her arms protectively over her chest. Or maybe he knows exactly what he's doing, and so do you. How can you say that after Ivy gestured helplessly? After everything, the power outage, truth or tartlets? You know me, Casey. Do I? Casey's voice was flat. Because from where I'm standing, I'm just another small town prop in the Ivy Moon Recovery special. Something shifted in Ivy's expression then, a quiet devastation that made Casey's certainty waver. Casey, please. Ivy reached for her hand, but Casey stepped back. I think you should go, she said, the words like glass in her throat. And I think you should find another festival co-chair. Ivy stood frozen, eyes glistening with unshed tears. For a moment, Casey thought she might argue. Instead, she nodded once, a jerky motion that seemed to cost her. If that's what you want. Her voice was barely audible. Casey said nothing, keeping her arms wrapped around herself as if she might fall apart otherwise. Ivy turned and walked slowly through the swinging door, head held high despite the dampness on her cheeks. The customers quickly pretended to be engrossed in their coffees and pastries as she passed, but Casey could see them stealing glances, hungry for drama. The bell over the door sounded unnaturally loud when Ivy left. Casey heard Mia's uncertain voice asking if she was okay, but couldn't bring herself to respond. Instead, she ducked into the storage room, closing the door behind her. Pickle was hiding under a shelf, green eyes glinting in a dim light. Casey slid down the wall until she was sitting on the floor next to her, knees pulled to her chest. Well, she whispered to the cat, that could have gone worse. But she couldn't think how. The tears came then, hot and angry and confused. Casey pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Pickle crawled out from under the shelf and settled cautiously beside her, not touching, but close enough that Casey could feel her warmth. Another? Nate asked, already signaling the bartender. Casey nodded, pushing her empty glass forward. The mango tree was mercifully quiet for a Thursday night, a few couples in corners, a group playing darts, no sign of anyone from the festival committee. And fine of Ivy. Though, Nate said, accepting their fresh drinks. You want to tell me what happened, or should I go with the version Leo's telling everyone? Casey grinned. What version is that? Something involving a dramatic declaration of love, a slap across the face, and Ivy boarding a private jet while you chase her down the runway? Despite herself, Casey snorted. There was no slap, no jet, no runway. Disappointing, Nate said mildly. So what did happen? Casey traced a pattern in the condensation on her glass, trying to find the right words. Her manager is spinning us as a publicity stunt. Pop princess finds love with small. Town baker. Our photo is everywhere. People are coming into the bakery hoping to catch a glimpse of the freak show. Nate winced. That's rough. The thing is, Casey said, stabbing an ice cube with her straw, Ivy didn't seem surprised. When I confronted her, she didn't deny that her manager was behind it. She just said it was complicated. Hmm. Nate took a thoughtful sip. Did she say she was in on it? Not exactly, but. And when you asked if she was using you as a PR stunt, Casey's mouth tightened. She said no, but she would, wouldn't she? If that was the plan all along? Nate cocked his head, studying her. You really think that? After all those late nights at the bakery? After she spent 2 hours helping Mrs. Petrovich set up her auction display when the woman wouldn't stop calling her Irene? Casey let out a frustrated breath. I don't know what to think. That's the problem. Let me ask you this then, Nate said, his usual playful tone surprisingly gentle. What are you really afraid of here, Casey? That she used you for PR or that what's between you might actually be real? The question hit her like a physical blow. Casey stared into her drink, seeing again the raw hurt in Ivy's eyes that she'd been too angry to acknowledge earlier. Because, Nate continued, from where I'm sitting, it looks a lot like you're pushing her away because you're scared. Casey began automatically, then stopped herself. It's not that simple. No, Nate raised an eyebrow. Seems pretty straightforward to me. Girl meets girl. Girls spend weeks pretending they can't stand each other while making hard eyes across pastry displays. Girls finally start to connect. Girl gets scared and sabotages everything at the first sign of trouble. Casey glared at him. That's not what's happening. No? Nate shrugged. Then why didn't you ask about her side of the story before throwing her out? Why didn't you even consider that maybe, just maybe, she's as blindsided by this as you are? Because, Casey faltered, because it's easier to believe she was using you than to admit you might actually care about her, Nate finished for her. Because if this is just a publicity stunt, then you're off the hook. You don't have to risk anything. Casey opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. The words stuck in her throat, too close to a truth she wasn't ready to acknowledge. You've spent years building walls around yourself, Casey, Nate said, his voice softer now. And that's okay. We all understood why. But at some point, you have to decide if keeping everyone at a distance is really protecting you or just keeping you lonely. Casey took a long drink, letting the cool liquid soothe her tight throat. When did you get so wise? I've always been wise, Nate said with a grin. You've just been too busy scowling at everyone to notice. That earned a reluctant smile. It faded quickly as she thought about Ivy's face when she told her to leave. I really messed this up, didn't I? I patted her hand. Probably, but the nice thing about messing up is you usually get a chance to fix it, if you want to. And if she doesn't want me to, then at least you tried. Nate nudged her glass toward her. But something tells me she's as miserable as you are right now. Casey sipped her drink, remembering the way Ivy had looked at her during quiet moments in the bakery. The way her eyes crinkled when she laughed at Casey's terrible puns. The way she'd hummed under her breath during the power outage, a melody Casey hadn't recognized, but somehow couldn't forget. What if it doesn't work out? She asked finally, voicing her deepest fear. What if she leaves? She's not staying in Silverbridge forever. What if the bakery burns down tomorrow? Nate countered. What if aliens invade next Tuesday? What if that cat of yours finally makes good on her plan for world domination? Casey rolled her eyes. Be serious. I am being serious. You can't control what happens next, Casey. None of us can. He tipped his glass against hers with a gentle clink. All you can control is whether you're brave enough to find out. Casey stared into her drink, remembering the vulnerability in Ivy's eyes she'd been too angry to acknowledge hours earlier. The way her voice had cracked when she said, It's real. At least it is for me. The real question wasn't whether Ivy was using her, it was whether Casey was brave enough to believe her.
Chapter 9, Burnt Sugar and Regret. The comforter was scratchy against her face, worn thin from years of use. It smelled faintly of mothballs and someone else's laundry detergent, her grandmother's preferred brand, still clinging to the fabric after all this time. Ivy lay curled on the old sofa, surrounded by a battlefield of crumpled tissues and half-finished song lyrics scrawled on whatever paper she'd managed to grab in moments of desperate inspiration. The cottage felt both too small and too empty at the same time, a paradox that made her chest ache. Her phone buzzed again. The 17th time in the last hour. And she didn't have to look to know it was either Jax demanding she leverage the momentum, or another entertainment blog speculating about her small-town romance. She slapped her hand over the device, silencing it without looking, and returned her gaze to the water stains on the ceiling. They formed a pattern that, if she squinted, looked like a sad face. Stupid, 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 she muttered, pressing the heels of her hands against her eyes until stars burst behind her eyelids. How had everything gone so wrong so fast? 1 minute she was making snarky cocktails with Casey, feeling the warm brush of flour being wiped from her shoulder, and the next, Casey was looking at her like she was just another celebrity parasite. A gentle knock interrupted her spiral of self-loathing. Ivy froze, hoping whoever it was would assume the cottage was empty and leave, but the knocking persisted. Soft but insistent, like the person on the other side knew perfectly well she was in there and was prepared to wait all day. "Go away, Jax," she called, voice raspy from crying. The knocking continued. With a groan, Ivy hauled herself up, not bothering to check her reflection in the hallway mirror. It didn't matter how puffy her eyes were or how her unwashed hair stuck out at odd angles. Whoever was out there was about to get an earful and then leave her to her misery. She yanked the door open, ready to unleash, and stopped. Marnie Coates stood on the porch, her silver braids nearly glowing in the afternoon light, a covered pie dish in her weathered hands. She wore no expression beyond mild assessment, her sharp eyes taking in Ivy's disheveled appearance without comment. No smile, no greeting, just that steady gaze that somehow saw straight through to the heart of things. "Your grandmother always said food first, talking optional," Marnie said, stepping past Ivy into the cottage without waiting for an invitation. Ivy stood blinking at the empty porch for a moment before closing the door. "I'm not really in the mood for company," she said, turning to follow Marnie's determined progress toward the kitchen. Marnie made a soft humming sound that wasn't quite agreement or disagreement. She moved through the cottage with the ease of someone who'd been there 1,000 times before, opening cabinets that Ivy hadn't even explored yet to find plates and forks without asking where they were kept. "Blueberry," Marnie said, removing the cover from the dish to reveal a perfectly golden latticed pie. "Your grandmother's favorite. She claimed it fixed everything from heartbreak to head colds." The older woman cut 2 generous slices, placed them on chipped floral plates that Ivy recognized from childhood visits, and carried them to the coffee table. Ivy watched bewildered as Marnie settled into the armchair across from her usual spot on the sofa, as if they did this every Tuesday. "Sitting won't hurt you," Marnie observed when Ivy remained standing. Something about the gentle command in her voice made resistance feel pointless. Ivy sat, picking up the fork mostly to have something to do with her hands. A long, stretched silence filled the room. Marnie seemed perfectly content to eat her pie and wait, the quiet hanging between them like something tangible, not awkward, just patient. The flavor of wild blueberries and buttery crust hit Ivy's tongue. And suddenly she was 8 years old again, sitting at her grandmother's table while the adults talked in that mysterious shorthand of old friends. She'd forgotten how a taste could be a time machine. The sob caught her by surprise, bursting out before she could swallow it back, and then there was no stopping them, harsh, ugly sounds tearing from her throat as tears splashed onto the half-eaten pie. She covered her face with her hands, mortified and unable to stop. "I ruined everything," she choked out between sobs. "The one real thing I've found in years." Marnie didn't rush to reassure her or offer platitudes. She simply handed over a paper napkin, waited while Ivy blew her nose inelegantly, and then offered another when that one disintegrated. When the storm finally subsided, leaving Ivy hiccuping and hollow-feeling, Marnie spoke. "Your grandmother and I used to say that the world will always try to make noise around your heart." Her voice was low and melodic, like a song you'd half forgotten. "The trick is figuring out which sounds are yours." Ivy stared at her, caught by words that seemed simple but landed somewhere deep and tender. "I don't think I've heard my own sound in a long time," she whispered. Marnie nodded once, as if this confirmed something she already knew. "More pie?" The day softened into evening, shadows lengthening across the cottage floor. They migrated from pie to tea, Marnie brewing a fragrant herbal blend she'd pulled from her pocket as if she'd anticipated the need. Gradually, in fits and starts, Ivy found herself talking about Casey in the bakery, about the festival preparations, about the way something real had begun to grow in a place she'd never expected to find anything at all. And then that stupid picture got posted, and Jax grabbed it and ran with it before I even knew what was happening. The caption made it sound like we were this PR fairy tale. Ivy clutched her mug tighter. "Casey thinks I planned it. That I'd been using her all along for some career comeback." "Did you tell her otherwise?" Marnie asked, her first real question since they'd sat down. Ivy stared into her tea. "I tried, but the words wouldn't come, and she was so angry, and there were all these people watching." The memory of Casey's face, hurt slicing through the anger, made her stomach clench. "By the time I figured out what to say, she was gone." Marnie contemplated this, her expression unreadable in the fading light. Outside, cicadas began their evening chorus, a sound so different from the constant hum of traffic in L.A. that it still caught Ivy off guard. "What do you want, Ivy Moon?" Marnie finally asked, her voice gentle but direct. "Not what Jax wants, not what your fans want. What do you want?" The question hung in the air, deceptively simple and utterly terrifying. Ivy's phone buzzed again on the side table, the screen lighting up with another notification. The contrast was suddenly stark. The artificial light of the device versus the warm glow of the room, the manufactured urgency versus the patient quiet of Marnie's presence. "I want to stop performing for everyone except myself," she whispered, the truth of it resonating in her chest like a perfectly struck chord. Marnie nodded once, definitively, and rose to her feet with the smooth motion of someone half her age. She gathered their empty mugs and carried them to the kitchen, returning with her empty pie dish. At the door, she turned back, her silhouette framed against the porch light. "If you want a quiet life, you have to be loud enough to choose it," she said simply. And then she was gone, the screen door whispering shut behind her. The words hung in the air, echoing long after her footsteps faded down the path. With shaking hands, Ivy reached for her phone. The screen was a chaos of notifications, Jax's increasingly frantic texts, entertainment blog alerts, social media tags. She tapped into her profiles and began methodically deleting the PR posts one by one. Each deletion felt like removing a weight, her breathing coming easier with every tap. When the last one was gone, she opened her messaging app and typed a text to Jax. "I quit. Find another product to sell." Her thumb hovered over the send button for only a moment before pressing down firmly. Before the delivery notification even appeared, she blocked his number. Then, for good measure, she blocked her publicist and the label executives too. She set the phone down, half expecting to feel panic, But what rose in her chest instead was something that felt suspiciously like relief, maybe even freedom. Ivy slid to the floor, pulling her notebook from under the coffee table where it had fallen earlier. Flipping to a clean page, she began writing furiously, a melody already forming in her mind. The words poured out faster than she could capture them, raw and honest in a way she hadn't allowed herself to be in years. Masks and small towns, floor on shoulders, finding home in unexpected eyes. Truth in whispers, lies for show. What's real is what nobody knows. This wasn't music for an album or for fans or for streaming numbers. It was for herself, for Casey, for the truth she was finally ready to speak aloud. Hours passed as she wrote and rewrote, played and adjusted, until her fingers were sore from pressing guitar strings and her voice was husky from singing the same lines over and over. When she finally looked up, the night had deepened, the moon casting silver light through the cottage windows. The song was finished, but leaving it in a notebook wasn't enough. Without allowing herself to second-guess, Ivy grabbed her jacket and guitar case and slipped out into the night air. The streets of Silverbridge were quiet at this hour, most windows dark. She walked with purpose, past the closed gift shops and the hardware store with its weather-beaten sign, until she stood in front of Sunbeam Sweets. The bakery was dark, of course. Casey would be home, probably still furious, definitely not waiting for Ivy to show up. But Ivy hadn't come to knock on the door. She'd come because she needed to be near this place, to see the space where everything had changed for her. Through the darkened windows, she could make out the shapes of tables and chairs, the counter where Casey worked her magic, the corner where they'd argued, the spot where they'd baked together during that power outage, where something real had begun to grow. Almost without thinking, Ivy reached into her pocket for the spare key Casey had shown her weeks ago when they were prepping for a dawn delivery and Casey wanted to make sure Ivy could get in if she arrived first. "Don't lose it," Casey had warned with that serious expression that made her freckles scrunch together. "I'm not giving out extras just because you probably have a junk drawer full of hotel key cards." The memory ached now as Ivy slipped the key into the lock. She wasn't here to take anything, just to leave something behind. The bakery was eerily quiet without the usual hum of ovens and the scent of fresh bread rising. Ivy moved carefully through the darkness, making her way to the front counter. From her other pocket, she pulled out a small snow globe, a childhood treasure from her grandmother, one of the few personal items she'd brought to Silverbridge. Inside the glass sphere was a tiny bakery with a miniature cat in the window. When shaken, gold and silver glitter swirled around like magic dust. It had been her good luck charm for years, through tours and recording sessions and lonely hotel rooms. She placed it gently on the counter, then pulled a folded note from her jacket. The words were simple, written in her looping handwriting. "Some things are real even when the world tries to make them into a show. I'm sorry I didn't fight harder for what matters." A soft jingling sound made her freeze. From the shadows near the back room emerged Pickle, tail swishing regally, as if inquiring about this late-night intrusion. The cat stared at Ivy with unblinking eyes, neither approaching nor retreating. "Hey, Crumb Goblin," Ivy whispered, using Casey's nickname for the temperamental feline. "Just leaving something for your human. I'll be out of your way." But as she turned to leave, Pickle moved suddenly, trotting toward the front door with a deliberate air. The cat paused, looking back at Ivy, and meowed insistently. Ivy hesitated, uncertain if she should leave Pickle inside or try to shoo her back to whatever hidden corner she'd been occupying. But the cat meowed again, more forcefully. And when Ivy finally stepped outside, Pickle slipped through the door right behind her. "You can't come with me," Ivy told the cat, who simply sat down and began cleaning one paw, clearly unimpressed by this statement. But when Ivy began walking, Pickle fell into step beside her like this was their nightly routine, keeping pace all the way back to the cottage. The cat followed her inside, made a complete inspection of the living room, then curled up on the sofa as if claiming territory. Ivy was too tired to argue with a cat. She spent the rest of the night refining her song, practicing until her voice was smooth and sure and the words flowed without hesitation. Pickle watched through slitted eyes, occasionally twitching an ear when a note hit particularly well. By dawn, Ivy had a plan. The early morning light painted Main Street in gentle pastels as Ivy marched toward the community hall, guitar case in one hand, cat following a few paces behind. Mayor Eloise emerged from the building just as Ivy reached the steps, clipboard already in hand despite the hour. Ivy Moon. The mayor blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting to find a disheveled pop star on her doorstep at 6 in the morning. We've missed you at the festival preparations. I was so sorry to hear about. I want to perform at the finale, Ivy interrupted, the words coming out in a rush before her courage could fail. One song, my own terms. Mayor Eloise's confusion morphed quickly into delight, her clipboard coming up reflexively as if to capture this stroke of good fortune. Oh, well, this is wonderful news. I'm sure we can arrange. No publicity, Ivy said firmly. No special treatment. Just 3 minutes on stage to say what I need to say. The mayor's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, but she recovered quickly, tapping her pen against the clipboard. Of course, very understated, very authentic. The committee will be thrilled. Ivy doubted that. Casey was on that committee after all. But she'd cross that bridge when she came to it. Thank you, she said simply, then turned to go, Pickle still trailing her like a small, furry shadow. She walked back toward the cottage, wondering if Casey would even come to the finale. If she'd hear the song Ivy had written for her. If there was any chance left for them to build something real from the ruins of misunderstanding. A warm summer breeze rustled through the trees lining the street, carrying the scent of fresh bread and cinnamon. Sunbeam Sweets was opening for the day. Ivy's steps faltered briefly, then steadied. Pickle looked up at her and meowed once, as if in encouragement. I know, Ivy murmured. One chance to get it right. She quickened her pace toward the cottage. There was work to do.
Chapter 10. Sweet Surrender. Casey moved with mechanical precision around the community hall, arranging floral centerpieces exactly 6 inches from the edge of each table. She'd already checked her layout grid 3 times, but somehow couldn't stop herself from pulling out the wrinkled paper again, scanning it with eyes that barely registered what they were seeing. If you stare at that paper any harder, it might spontaneously combust, Leo called from across the room where he was hanging twinkling lights in a pattern far more chaotic than her carefully plotted design. It's fine. I'm fine, she said automatically, tucking the diagram back into her clipboard. Her fingers tapped an anxious rhythm against the plastic. Leo abandoned his ladder and approached, his usually cheerful face creased with concern. You've alphabetized the auction items twice, and you just moved that vase back and forth 5 times. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. That doesn't scream fine to me. Casey's shoulders stiffened, then dropped as tension leaped out of her like air from a punctured balloon. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap. She rubbed her temples, feeling the beginning of a headache forming behind her eyes. I haven't been sleeping, she admitted quietly, the words barely audible in the empty hall. Because of Ivy? Casey flinched at the name. Because the festival's tomorrow and there's still too much to do, she replied, but even to her own ears, the excuse sounded hollow. Leo raised an eyebrow, but didn't push. Well, I think we've got it covered for today. Mayor Eloise already texted that she's bringing reinforcements in the morning. He gently extracted the clipboard from Casey's white-knuckled grip. Go home, sleep, or at least attempt the horizontal position with your eyes closed. Casey opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. The truth was, she'd accomplished nothing of value in the past hour. Her body had been moving while her mind circled endlessly around conversations she couldn't unhear and moments she couldn't unfeel. Fine, she conceded. But I'm opening early tomorrow to finish the thing that's already finished? Sounds reasonable, Leo interrupted with a knowing smile. Go, shoo. Baker, heal thyself with some actual rest. Sunbeam Suites was quiet in the early morning light, exactly how Casey preferred it. The familiar routine of turning keys, flipping signs, and preparing dough usually centered her, but today something felt off kilter from the moment she stepped through the door. She spotted it immediately, a small object on the counter that hadn't been there when she locked up yesterday. Her breath caught in her throat. A snow globe. Not just any snow globe, a custom made one. Inside the delicate glass dome stood a tiny, perfect replica of her bakery, complete with miniature display cases and a small ginger cat curled in the window. Casey approached slowly, as if the object might vanish if she moved too suddenly. Her fingers hovered over it for a moment before she picked it up with careful hands, turning it over to examine every detail. When she flipped it upside down, silver glitter swirled through the liquid, dancing around the miniature scene like stars falling on sunbeam sweets. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Even the tiny sign had been painted with a perfect replica of her looping handwriting. Someone had put thought into this. Time, care. A folded note lay beside where the globe had sat. Casey stared at it for several long moments, her heart drumming an uneven rhythm against her ribs. The handwriting on the outside was unmistakable, the same elegant, slightly messy script that had appeared on order forms and planning documents for weeks. Ivy. Casey's legs felt suddenly unsteady. She perched on her tall stool behind the counter, still cradling the snow globe in one hand. The morning sun caught the glitter inside, sending tiny flecks of light dancing across her skin. She didn't open the note. Not yet. Instead, she shook the globe again, watching as the silver storm settled gently over the tiny bakery. It was such a strange gift, so specific, so personal, not something you'd give to a business associate or a temporary project partner, not something you'd give to someone you were using for publicity. The thought slid into her mind unbidden, cutting through the protective anger she'd been nursing for days. Casey finally set the globe down, her fingers moving to the note with reluctance and curiosity warring in her chest. The paper was thick, good quality, torn from a sketchbook rather than the flimsy notebook pages they used for festival planning. Casey unfolded it slowly, smoothing the creases with her thumb. Casey, I've never been good with goodbye gifts. Too many people have given me things expecting something in return. But this isn't that kind of gift. It's a thank you for showing me what it feels like when a place becomes a home. I wasn't using you. I should have said that clearly when you asked. The truth is, I've spent so many years being used by other people that I forgot how to recognize when something is real. And what happened between us, whatever it was or wasn't becoming, it was real to me. You don't owe me forgiveness or another chance. But I wanted you to know that Silverbridge, your bakery, and the grumpy cat who owns you all helped me remember who I am when nobody's watching. Take care of yourself, flower girl. Ivy, yes, of Firejacks. Turns out you can't build an authentic life with someone who treats your reality like a marketing opportunity. Casey read it 3 times, her fingers tracing the indentations where Ivy's pen had pressed into the paper. A lump formed in her throat that refused to be swallowed back. She folded the letter carefully and slipped it into her pocket, then placed the snow globe in the bakery window where the morning sun caught its glitter. The tiny cat inside seemed to wink at her as the light shifted. The letter felt heavier than paper should, its presence warm against her hip as she moved through her morning routine. She mixed dough with mechanical efficiency, her mind replaying fragments of conversation while her hands worked from muscle memory. What happened between us, it was real to me. The bell of her door jingled and Casey looked up, momentarily startled to find that time had passed and the bakery had filled with morning customers. She plastered on her professional smile, taking orders and making change while part of her remained anchored to the letter in her pocket. Will we see you at the festival tonight? Mrs. Halloway asked as Casey handed over her usual order of sourdough and cinnamon rolls. Probably not, Casey answered, the words sounding hollow even to her own ears. I've got inventory to catch up on. Mrs. Halloway raised an eyebrow. That's too bad. Everyone's talking about Ivy Moon's special performance. One night only, they're saying. Casey's hand stilled momentarily on the register. Is that right? Ruth says she's debuting something new, something personal. Mrs. Holloway leaned in conspiratorially. Between you and me, I think that girl's found something special here in Silverbridge. She's not at all what I expected from those magazine covers. No, Casey agreed, her voice softer than intended. She's not. The morning crowd ebbed and flowed, conversations washing over Casey in waves. Ivy's name surfaced repeatedly, always with a hint of something warm and protective, as if the town had claimed her as their own. Each mention made Casey flinch slightly, though she maintained her smile. It was almost a relief when the afternoon lull arrived. Casey wiped down counters and rearranged pastries, trying not to glance at the snow globe every few minutes. She was so focused on not thinking about Ivy that she didn't hear the bell at first. Hello, dear. Ruth's warm voice broke through Casey's concentration. We're here for our special order. Casey looked up to find Ruth and May standing at the counter, both dressed in festival volunteer shirts, but with suspicious lack of festival coordinator urgency. Your scones, Casey said, grateful for the distraction as she pulled the prepared box from behind the counter. 6 chocolate orange and 6 blueberry lemon as requested. May wandered toward the window display, her attention caught by the snow globe. She picked it up with careful fingers, turning it over to watch the glitter dance. This is new and quite lovely. Her eyes, keen despite her age, examined the tiny details. Such a personal thing to leave behind, she commented, replacing it gently. Almost like she wasn't planning on going anywhere. Casey's hand stilled on the counter. Did you know Ivy's performing tonight? Ruth asked, her tone deliberately casual. Just one song, her own song. Mary Eloise is beside herself with excitement. Says it'll put Silverbridge on the map. Good for her, Casey managed, though her voice sounded slightly strained to her own ears. Ruth and May exchanged a look loaded with the silent communication of decades together. May reached into her voluminous purse and extracted a folded paper, slightly creased at the edges. Ivy left this at the bookstore yesterday, May said, sliding it across the counter. Thought you might want it. Casey unfolded it cautiously, her breath caught. It was a copy of the duet lyrics from weeks ago, the ones Casey had secretly practiced when she thought no one was listening. But this wasn't just a copy. The margins were filled with small notes in Ivy's handwriting, gentle chord suggestions, asterisks by certain phrases, tiny doodles of musical notes dancing across the top of the page. Casey stared at it wordlessly, something her chest expanding painfully. You know, Ruth said conversationally as she collected their scones. When May and I first met, I thought she was the most infuriating woman I'd ever encountered. May laughed. You told me my bookkeeping system was, and I quote, an affront to organizational logic. It was, Ruth insisted, but her eyes were soft with decades of love. And yet here we are, 43 years later. She reached for May's hand, their fingers intertwining with practiced ease. Sometimes the people who challenge us most are exactly who we need. The bell jingled as they left, May turning to offer Casey a final gentle smile before the door swung shut behind them. Casey stood motionless, the lyrics spread before her, feeling as though something important had just happened but unable to articulate exactly what. After a long moment, she flipped the sign on the door to "Back in 15 minutes" and retreated through the kitchen to the small garden behind the bakery. The enclosed space was Casey's private refuge, a quiet pocket bordered by herbs and flowering shrubs where the noise of the town faded away. She sat heavily on the stone bench, spreading the lyrics across her lap. The sunlight filtering through the maple leaves cast dappled shadows across the paper. Casey studied Ivy's handwriting, the way certain letters looped with excitement, how some words were crossed out and rewritten, revealing thought and care rather than calculated performance. This wasn't something created for public consumption. These notes weren't meant to impress or manipulate. They were honest traces of a creative mind working through feelings. A soft rustling came from the lavender bushes to her left. Pickle emerged, stretching languidly in a patch of sunlight before sauntering over to the bench. The usually aloof cat jumped up beside Casey and, to her surprise, leaned against her side, purring softly. You miss her too, huh? Casey murmured, scratching behind Pickle's ears. Traitor. But there was no heat in the accusation, just quiet understanding. Pickle blinked slowly at her, as if to say, You humans make things so complicated. Casey hummed a few bars of the melody, soft and tentative at first, then with more confidence as the notes came back to her. The lyrics spoke of finding safety in unexpected places, of walls coming down brick by brick. She remembered Ivy singing in the dark bakery during the power outage, voice stripped of performance polish, raw and real in a way Casey had never heard from any recording. The memory brought a physical ache to her chest. She pulled out her phone, searching for the social media post that had sparked her anger. To her surprise, she couldn't find it, or any of the polished, carefully curated posts that had filled Ivy's official accounts. Instead, there was a single new post from a personal account she hadn't seen before. A simple photo of Silverbridge at sunrise, no caption or tags. It felt honest in its simplicity, lacking the calculated charm of Ivy's previous online presence. Casey sat motionless, lyrics in hand, Pickle purring beside her. The festival would be starting soon, vendors setting up, Mayor Eloise bustling around with her clipboard, the stage being prepared, and somewhere in town, Ivy was preparing to sing, possibly for the last time in Silverbridge. The thought landed heavy in Casey's chest. "I'm scared," she admitted aloud to the empty garden. Pickle blinked at her, tail twitching as if in response. Casey thought of the snow globe, how someone who lived her life in the spotlight chose to leave behind something so small and personal, a memory captured in glass, preserving a moment rather than broadcasting it. She stood suddenly, decision crystallizing. But being scared isn't the same as being wrong. Pickle made a small chirping sound of what Casey chose to interpret as approval. Casey gathered the lyrics and headed inside to change, the snow globe catching the last rays of afternoon sun as she passed, its glitter swirling like possibilities. Her fingers brushed against Ivy's note in her pocket, and for the first time in days, the tightness in her chest eased slightly. Whatever happened next, at least there would be truth between them. That had to be worth the risk.
Chapter 11. Starstruck Again. Ivy's knuckles had turned white around the neck of her guitar. She paced the small grassy area behind the Silverbridge Town Square gazebo, each step wearing a deeper path in the already trampled grass. The summer festival buzzed around her. Carnival games with oversized prizes, auction tables laden with community donations, and what seemed like every single resident of the town mingling beneath strings of colorful lanterns. She peered around the edge of the gazebo for the 100th time. Nothing had changed in the 30 seconds since she'd last looked. "Gonna wear a hole in my lawn, dear?" Ivy startled, nearly dropping her guitar. Mayor Eloise stood beaming at her, clipboard clutched to her chest like it contained state secrets rather than festival scheduling notes. The older woman practically vibrated with excitement, her silver-streaked hair catching the early evening light. "5 minutes, dear! The whole town is here!" Mayor Eloise reached out to straighten the collar of Ivy's simple white button-down shirt. "I knew you'd be the perfect finale. Just the thing to make this the most memorable summer festival in Silverbridge history." Ivy could only nod, her throat suddenly tight. She'd performed at the Grammys, she'd done world tours, she'd even sung for actual royalty once, but this? One small town stage with fairy lights and a wooden gazebo had her stomach performing Olympic-level gymnastics. "I'll be fine," she managed, the lie obvious even to herself. Mayor Eloise patted her arm. "Of course you will. And whatever happens after—" She trailed off with a wink that bordered on aggressive. "Well, let's just say I've made space on my matchmaking scoreboard." Before Ivy could respond, the mayor bustled off, walkie-talkie already raised to her lips. "Lighting crew, are we ready with the fairy lights? This is not a drill, people." Left alone again, Ivy adjusted the strap of her guitar and cautiously stepped to the edge of the gazebo. From her hiding spot, she scanned the gathered crowd. Families with children eating cotton candy, older couples arm in arm, teenagers trying to look disaffected while secretly enjoying themselves. Leo was there, animatedly telling some story that had Nate doubled over laughing. Ruth and May stood near the front, close to the gazebo steps. Ruth caught her eye and gave an encouraging nod, her silver braids bobbing with the motion. but there was no sign of a tall figure with copper red hair pulled back in a messy bun. She tuned her guitar one last time, fingers moving through the familiar motions while her mind raced. What if she doesn't come? What if this is too much? What if I'm too late? Doubt seeped through her like spring water through limestone, wearing away at the certainty she'd felt when writing this song in her rental cottage. Pickle curled mysteriously at her feet. The cat had appeared outside her window that morning, silently judging her through the glass until Ivy had let her in. She'd taken it as a sign. Casey's cat never voluntarily sought out anyone but Casey. The fairy lights strung across the gazebo twinkled to life as dusk descended. Mayor Eloise took the microphone, tapping it twice and sending feedback squealing through the speakers. Testing, testing. Good evening, Silverbridge. The crowd's chatter dimmed to a gentle murmur. Welcome to the conclusion of our annual summer festival. Before we announce our charity auction totals, we have a very special musical guest, though perhaps we should start calling her our own. The familiar stage cue settled Ivy's nerves slightly. This part she knew. Perform. Entertain. Give the audience what they want. She took a deep breath and stepped into the lights. The crowd's enthusiastic applause washed over her like a warm wave. It felt different from her usual audiences. Personal, somehow. Genuine. These weren't fans who'd paid hundreds for tickets. They were people who'd seen her fumble with bread dough and trip over Pickle and argue with Casey in the middle of the bakery. They were people who'd seen her, the real her, for weeks now. Ivy adjusted the microphone stand, taking a moment to gather herself. The sun had nearly set, casting the town square in the gentle glow of twilight and twinkling lights. Faces looked up at her expectantly, some curious, some excited, all attentive. I didn't come to Silverbridge by choice, she began, her voice steadier than she felt. I was hiding. From headlines, from expectations, from myself. The crowd grew still, hanging on her words. Even the children stopped fidgeting, sensing something important was happening. But something happened here that I wasn't expecting. She glanced toward Ruth and May, who stood holding hands, giving her encouraging smiles. Leo gave her a subtle thumbs up from where he'd positioned himself near the stage. This song isn't produced or polished. It's not backed by a band or auto-tune or anything my label would approve. Ivy's fingers found the opening chords, muscle memory taking over. It's just true. It's called Found Me Here, and it's for someone who saw me when I was trying my hardest not to be seen. She began to play, her voice soft but clear in the evening air. The song was simpler than her usual pop tracks, just guitar and vocals, stripped down to essentials, like she'd been these past weeks in Silverbridge. Came here hiding, running blind, trading spotlights for some peace of mind. Never thought I'd find connection in someone's quiet reflection. The lyrics flowed naturally, telling the story of her unexpected journey from reluctant exile to finding something worth staying for. As she moved into the chorus, her voice gained strength, filling the town square. You found me here when I was lost. Flower-covered sleeves and coffee black as night. You found me here when I was breaking. Beneath your crooked smile, I found myself again. Several townspeople exchanged knowing glances at the specific details. Mayor Eloise looked positively triumphant, scribbling something frantically on her clipboard. Marnie watched from near the gazebo steps, arms crossed, a small satisfied smile playing at her lips as if she'd known all along this was where the story was heading. Halfway through the second verse, a rustle of movement drew Ivy's attention to the edge of the stage. Pickle had appeared, seemingly from nowhere, and was now sitting primly at the corner of the gazebo, tail wrapped around her paws, watching Ivy with unblinking green eyes. The unexpected appearance of Casey's cat drew surprised laughter from the crowd. Ivy smiled but continued singing, though her voice caught slightly. If Pickle was here, did that mean... She forced herself to focus on the song, pouring emotion into each note as she built toward the bridge. The vulnerability in her performance had silenced the crowd completely. This wasn't Ivy Moon, the pop star. This was just Ivy, heart in her hands, offering it up without filters or production. I've worn so many faces, played so many parts. But with you, the masks fall away, and I'm finding home in unexpected eyes. As she began the final chorus, a movement at the back of the crowd caught her attention. The sea of people shifted, parting slightly, and there, standing near the park entrance, was Casey. Still wearing her bakery apron, flour smudged across one cheek, she looked like she'd dropped everything to come running. Their eyes met across the distance, and Ivy nearly missed a chord. She recovered quickly, but her voice softened, the lyrics becoming an intimate conversation rather than a performance. Every word was for Casey now, the rest of the town fading to background. You found me here among the broken pieces. When I thought I'd lost my way, you found me here without even trying, and taught me how to stay. The final notes faded into the night air, followed by a moment of complete silence. Ivy stood vulnerable and exposed on stage, guitar held like a shield, waiting. The crowd seemed to collectively hold its breath, aware they were witnessing something deeply personal. Then applause erupted, not the polite kind, but genuine, emotional appreciation that swelled and echoed across the town square. Someone whistled. Mayor Eloise dabbed at her eyes with a festival program, but Ivy barely registered any of it. Her focus remained fixed on Casey, who had begun moving toward the gazebo. The crowd parted naturally, creating a path between them. Ivy's heart hammered against her ribs as she stepped down from the stage, meeting Casey halfway. They stood facing each other, neither speaking immediately. Casey's expression was unreadable, her eyes searching Ivy's face. The town watched, unabashedly invested in what happened next. From the corner of her eye, Ivy saw Leo frantically shooing away someone with a professional camera, protecting this moment from becoming another tabloid spectacle. "Nice song," Casey finally said, her voice carrying in the hushed space around them. Ivy swallowed hard. "You've got flour on your face," she responded, reaching up to brush Casey's cheek with gentle fingers. The touch lingered, and Casey didn't pull away. "I'm not good at grand gestures," Casey admitted quietly. "Or public. Anything, really. I noticed. But I'm really good at showing up when it matters." Pickle weaved between their ankles, purring loudly enough to be heard over the crowd's expectant murmurs. Ivy felt a smile break across her face, unstoppable as sunrise. "Is that why you're still wearing your apron?" Ivy asked, finger tracing the edge of the flour-dusted fabric. "I heard you were singing." Casey shrugged, a hint of pink coloring her cheeks. "Didn't want to miss it. And I think maybe we've both been hiding." Casey's voice dropped lower, for Ivy alone despite their very public stage. "Me behind my counter, you behind whatever all that was before." She gestured vaguely to encompass Ivy's former life. "I'm tired of hiding from good things." The surrounding crowd held its collective breath. Mayor Eloise had her clipboard pressed to her chest, eyes wide with anticipation. Ruth and May stood arm in arm, wearing matching knowing smiles. Even Pickle had gone still, watching them with feline intensity. "So am I," Ivy whispered, and then Casey's hands were on her waist, pulling her close, finally erasing the space between them. Their kiss was soft at first, tentative, questioning, before deepening into something sure and steady. The crowd erupted in cheers and whistles, but Ivy barely heard them. All she could focus on was Casey's lips against hers, the solid warmth of her body, the feeling of finally coming home. When they broke apart, breathless and smiling. Ivy kept her arms looped around Casey's neck. "Was that okay?" she asked, suddenly shy despite having just poured her heart out through song to the entire town. Casey's eyes crinkled at the corners. "More than okay, though I think we just gave Mayor Eloise enough material for a year's worth of town newsletter columns." "Worth it," Ivy murmured, leaning her forehead against Casey's. Pickle had climbed onto a nearby bench and was watching them with what Ivy swore was feline approval. "So," Casey said, lacing their fingers together, "what happens now? Do you go back to all of it?" She waved her free hand towards some vague notion of stardom and spotlights. "No," Ivy said immediately, the certainty settling in her chest like a warm stone. "I mean, I'll have to figure some things out. My career isn't exactly conventional, but I've fired my manager, and I'm thinking about starting fresh, writing the music I actually want to write. Here?" Casey's voice held a note of careful hope. "If that's okay? I was thinking the bakery gets pretty good acoustics, especially early morning, and there's this grumpy baker I'm kind of attached to." "She sounds difficult. The most difficult," Ivy grinned. "But she makes amazing cinnamon rolls, so I'm willing to put up with it." Casey's laugh was soft but real. "I suppose I could use an in-house musician, though you're still banned from touching the oven without supervision." "That feels fair." Around them, the festival continued, people gradually giving them space as the initial excitement ebbed. Mayor Eloise had started announcing auction totals, though she kept glancing their way with undisguised glee. Leo had somehow acquired Ivy's guitar and was pretending to serenade Nate with it, much to the carpenter's amused embarrassment. "Want to get out of here?" Casey asked, nodding toward the fairy-lit path that led away from the town square. "I think we've given them enough of a show for one night." "Absolutely." As they walked away, hands still linked, Pickle trotted after them like a small, furry chaperone. The cat kept pace, tail held high like a flag of victory. "You know," Casey said as they reached the quieter path that would lead them back toward Sunbeam Suite, "I practiced the harmony to your song." "You did?" "Mm-hmm. I found the sheet music you left." Ivy stopped walking, turning to face her. "Casey Walsh, are you telling me you were going to sing with me? In public?" "Maybe." Casey's smile was small, but genuine. "Guess you'll have to stick around to find out." "I'm not going anywhere," Ivy promised, squeezing Casey's hand. And for the first time in years, that didn't feel like a limitation. It felt like freedom.
Chapter 12, The Frosting Kiss. Casey watched Ivy lower her guitar, letting the final chord fade into the night air. The silence that followed wasn't awkward, it was reverent, electric. Casey's pulse thundered in her ears as she stood frozen at the back of the crowd, her crossed arms more a shield than a statement now. The song's lyrics echoed in her mind. "You found me here, flower on your sleeve, like I was someone you could keep." She hadn't planned on coming, had paced the bakery kitchen for an hour, telling herself she was just staying late to prep for tomorrow's festival sales. But then Ruth had arrived with that folded page of lyrics. "She left this for you, dear." And Casey couldn't pretend anymore. So here she was, flowers still smudged on her sleeve, watching Ivy scan the audience with those searching eyes. Their gazes connected across the sea of faces, and Casey felt something inside her crack open. She wasn't sure when her lips had curved into a smile, but once it started, she couldn't stop it. Abby's expression bloomed like a sunrise. She mouthed something that looked like "you came," and Casey managed the smallest nod, her throat too tight for words. What followed was a blur of motion and sound, applause erupting around them, Ivy setting down her guitar with trembling hands, Leo shouting something Casey couldn't make out. Somehow they met in the middle of the crowd, bodies colliding with more urgency than grace. "I'm sorry," Ivy whispered against her ear, her voice hoarse from singing and emotion. Casey pulled back just far enough to see her face. "Me too," she murmured, and then they were kissing. A public, reckless, impossible kiss that sent ripples of whispers through the gathered townsfolk. Casey didn't care. For once, she couldn't bring herself to worry about who was watching, what they might think, how this might be misinterpreted. She just held on to Ivy like she was the only solid thing in a spinning world. The next hour passed in fragments. Casey vaguely remembered May patting her shoulder, Leo demanding details she refused to give, someone pushing a glass of champagne into her hand. Through it all, Ivy stayed beside her, their fingers intertwined, as if letting go would break the spell. Eventually, duty called. Casey had promised to oversee the bakery's auction booth during the evening festivities, a commitment she couldn't abandon, even when her entire life felt like it had just tilted on its axis. The bakery booth was a grounding force amid the chaos of emotion. Casey stood behind it now, methodically arranging a tray of raspberry rolls. Her hands trembled slightly, belying her calm exterior. The festival continued around her, music playing, children laughing, but she remained in her own bubble, still processing the song and the kiss that followed. She touched her lips briefly, as if confirming it actually happened. Please look right to you, she asked Leo, who was supposed to be helping, but had spent the past 20 minutes texting everyone he knew about the musical love confession of the century. He looked up from his phone. Oh, the rolls are fine. Stop fussing. You always fuss when you're nervous. I'm not nervous, she lied, rotating a perfectly positioned roll an eighth of an inch. Leo snorted. Sure, and I'm not going to get 10,000 Instagram followers when I post the video of you two making out in front of half the town. Casey's head snapped up. You didn't? The lights, bakery queen, I'm joking. He grinned. The lighting was terrible. No one got a clear shot. She threw a napkin at him, but the tension in her shoulders eased slightly. That's when she spotted Ivy, making her way through the crowd. She was navigating through well-wishers who stopped her for congratulations, several patting her back or giving quick hugs. In her hand was a small velvet bag, clutched like a lifeline. Casey became suddenly fascinated by the precise alignment of pastries rather than meeting Ivy's approaching gaze. Go handle the coffee station, she murmured to Leo. Please. For once, he didn't argue, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze before disappearing around the corner of the booth. Hi, Ivy said softly when she finally reached the booth. The simplicity of the greeting made Casey look up at last. Ivy looked different somehow. Still beautiful, still magnetic, but with something settled in her eyes that hadn't been there before. The stage makeup she'd worn for her performance was slightly smudged, making her appear more touchable, more real. Hi, Casey echoed, smoothing down her apron. You were amazing up there. I wasn't sure you'd come. Neither was I. An awkward silence hung between them, electric with unspoken words. Casey broke it first. Your song was... She paused, searching for the right word. It was the highest compliment she could give, and Ivy's expression softened in understanding. That's all I wanted it to be, she responded, fidgeting with the velvet bag. Just real. Casey glanced around at the crowded square, acutely aware of the curious glances being cast their way. The festival auction was in full swing around them, but this conversation felt too important, too fragile for public consumption. Casey gestured toward a small space behind the booth, away from curious eyes. Can we? Ivy nodded immediately. They slipped behind the decorative backdrop, finding a small pocket of privacy, despite being in the middle of the crowded festival. The town square lights cast a warm glow on their faces, fairy lights twinkling overhead like stars. For a moment, they just looked at each other, the sounds of the festival muffled by the booth canvas walls. I'm sorry, they both said simultaneously, then laughed nervously. Casey continued. I should have let you explain. About the post, about Jax, She took a deep breath. I spent years building walls to keep my life simple and safe. When I saw that photo, those captions, it felt like someone was turning my life into entertainment again. She hadn't meant to be so honest so quickly, but holding anything back now seemed impossible. Ivy nodded, understanding in her eyes. I fired Jax, she said quietly. I deleted all the accounts he managed. I'm done being a product. She ran a hand through her hair, a startlingly unpolished gesture. But I should have been clearer from the beginning about what was happening. I was scared to admit how much I needed Silverbridge, how much I needed you. Casey leaned against a post, arms crossed, a defensive posture that had become habit. Recognizing it, she deliberately uncrossed them, letting her hands fall to her sides. Oh, I'm not good at this, she admitted. At being vulnerable, at trusting that good things might actually be meant for me, her voice caught, especially when those good things come wrapped in platinum blonde hair and designer jeans. The tension cracked as Ivy laughed, the sound warm and genuine. Please, these jeans are from the clearance rack at Target. I've been living like a normal person for weeks now. Terribly difficult for you, I'm sure, Casey teased, but her smile was gentle. Ivy stepped closer, opening the velvet bag. I brought something for you. She carefully removed a vintage microphone. Small, silver, clearly valuable. This was the mic I used for my first real song, before the labels and the image consultants. When music was still just mine, she held it out. I want you to have it, not as a celebrity thing, but as a promise that I'm done hiding behind performances. Casey stared at the microphone without taking it, emotion rising in her throat. This wasn't just a gift. It was a piece of Ivy's past, her authentic self. What happens when you leave? She asked, the question that had been haunting her. When Silverbridge gets too small or too boring? When the spotlight calls you back? Vulnerability colored every word as she finally named her deepest fear. Ivy didn't answer immediately, the honesty of the question demanding equal honesty in return. I don't know what happens next, she answered finally. I can't promise I'll never miss performing, or that I'll be content with small town life forever. She set the microphone down on a nearby crate. But I can promise that whatever I do choose will be real. And right now, the realest thing in my life is how I feel about you. The words hung in the air between them, unadorned and unqualified. No social media captions, no press releases, no carefully crafted image. Just Ivy offering her truth. Casey didn't take the microphone. Instead, she took Ivy's face in her hands, studying her with an intensity that made Ivy's breath catch. I'm terrified, Casey admitted in a whisper, not of you leaving, but of how much I want you to stay. Then she kissed Ivy, not like their first kiss in front of the town, but deeper, more certain. A kiss that communicated everything words hadn't yet managed to express. Ivy's hands came up to clutch at Casey's waist, fingers pressing into the fabric of her apron as if to anchor herself. When they broke apart, Casey kept her forehead pressed against Ivy's, unwilling to create any distance between them. We'll figure it out, she murmured. Whatever comes next, we'll figure it out together. Ivy nodded against her, eyes shining suspiciously bright in the twinkling lights. Together sounds nice, she whispered. It's been a while since I had that. They broke apart at the sound of Leo whooping from across the square. Finally, he shouted, drawing attention their way. Somehow, he'd managed to circle around and catch them in their private moment. Casey started to bristle at the intrusion, but then found herself laughing against Ivy's lips, no longer concerned with who might be watching. Nearby, Ruth and May sat on a bench, Ruth reluctantly handing May what appeared to be betting money. Told you they'd work it out before midnight, May said, loud enough to be overheard. You always underestimate the power of a grand romantic gesture at a town festival. I thought our Casey would hold out at least one more day, Ruth sighed dramatically. She's usually so stubborn. Casey rolled her eyes. Have they been betting on us this whole time? She asked Ivy. Probably since the moment I walked into your bakery, Ivy replied with a grin. They're not exactly subtle. Pickle appeared from beneath the booth, weaving between their ankles in a figure-8 pattern and purring so loudly it was audible over the festival noise. Casey knelt down and scratched behind her ears. Even you knew before I did. Did you? The cat blinked lazily, as if to say obviously, then stretched her front paws onto Ivy's ankles, demanding equal attention. She's never done that before, Casey noted with surprise. Usually takes her months to warm up to anyone. She has excellent taste, Ivy said, bending to stroke the cat's fur, and I may have been bribing her with salmon scraps for weeks. Casey laughed, the sound free and unguarded. She straightened up and pulled Ivy close again, whispering, "Welcome home," before kissing her once more under the fairy lights, the sweet smell of raspberry rolls and the sound of small-town celebration surrounding them. The microphone sat forgotten on the crate beside them, its silver surface reflecting the twinkling lights. No longer a stage prop or symbol of fame, but simply a reminder of how far they'd both come to find themselves exactly where they needed to be. Casey had spent her life building walls, creating a place where she felt safe and in control. She never expected to find even greater safety in letting someone new inside those walls. She'd guarded her territory so carefully, she'd nearly missed the possibility that home wasn't a place you defended, it was a feeling you created together. As the auction announcement blared over the speakers, Casey reluctantly pulled away. I should probably go sell some pastries. We did promise the town a fundraiser, and I should probably go face my adoring public, Ivy said with exaggerated flair, making Casey snort. Your catering public consists of Ruth, May, and approximately 17 locals who barely recognize you until tonight. Hey, my fan base is growing. Mrs. Peterson from the hardware store asked for my autograph on a paint chip yesterday. Casey gently pushed her toward the front of the booth. Go, sign autographs. I'll be right here. Ivy caught her hand. Promise. The word held weight beyond its simple meaning. Casey squeezed her fingers. Promise. I'm not going anywhere. As Ivy made her way back to the festival crowd, Pickle trailing after her with unexpected loyalty, Casey took a deep breath. She picked up the silver microphone, turning it over in her hands. The weight of it felt right somehow, solid and real, like the woman who'd given it to her. She tucked it carefully inside her apron pocket and returned to the raspberry rolls, which had gone slightly askew during her absence. She straightened them methodically, but this time her hands were steady and her smile remained fixed on her face. Leo sidled up beside her, coffee carafe in hand. So, he said, practically vibrating with excitement, are we going to talk about what just happened, or are you going to make me write my own dramatic version for the town newsletter? There is no town newsletter, Casey replied, but the bite was missing from her tone. Yet, Leo corrected, grinning. There's no town newsletter yet. Casey shook her head, but found herself smiling too. If I tell you, will you promise not to turn it into some ridiculous headline? Leo's eyes widened almost comically. She speaks. The Ice Queen thaws. Alert the media. Never mind, Casey said, turning back to her pastry arrangement. Leo bumped her shoulder gently with his. Hey, he said, his voice softer now. I'm happy for you. Really? Casey looked up, surprised by his sincerity. You deserve this, he continued. Someone who sees you, all of you, and chooses to stay anyway. Thanks, Leo, she said quietly. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the festival unfold before them. Across the square, Ivy was kneeling to sign a program for a little girl with sparkly shoes. So, Leo said finally, his voice returning to its usual teasing cadence, when's the wedding, and can I be your best man? I look fantastic in formal wear. Casey swatted at him with a napkin. Get back to the coffee station before I demote you to dish duty. But as Leo sauntered away, Casey found herself looking toward Ivy again, a warm, steady feeling spreading through her chest. For the first time in years, the future didn't feel like something to brace against, but something to step toward together.
Chapter 13. Closing time. The soft strains of acoustic guitar floated into the night, a pleasant counterpoint to the muted laughter and voices still drifting from the festival grounds. Ivy balanced a precarious stack of empty trays against her hip, while Casey fumbled with the keys to Sunbeam's Sweets. The familiar silver jingle bell above the door gave a gentle chime as Casey pushed it open, flooding Ivy with an unexpected wave of emotion. She'd heard that sound so many times now, in anger and frustration and tentative hope. Never like this, though never with such certainty. Casey reached for the light switch, bypassing the harsh fluorescence in favor of the warm, under-cabinet lighting that transformed the commercial space into something more intimate. Amber light pooled across the wooden countertops, catching in the copper mixing bowls hanging above the center island and turning them to liquid gold. Just set those anywhere, Casey said, her voice pitched low as if anything louder might break whatever fragile peace they'd found. Ivy carefully placed the stack of trays on the nearest surface and took a moment to simply breathe in. Without the daytime bustle of customers and conversation, the bakery felt different. Not a business, but a sanctuary that smelled of vanilla, cinnamon, and possibility. Her gaze drifted to the front window where her snow globe still caught moonlight, the tiny flecks of glitter suspended in their eternal dance. Casey had kept it, through everything. They moved around each other with quiet efficiency, putting away festival leftovers and wiping down surfaces that had already been cleaned but somehow needed tending anyway. Their hands found a rhythm between them, no longer the awkward dance of people desperate to maintain distance. When they reached for the same cloth, their fingers brushed and neither jerked away. Instead, Casey's lips quirked up in a soft smile that Ivy couldn't help returning. "The place looks different at night," Ivy said, just to hear something besides her own heartbeat. Casey nodded, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Less like work, more like home," Ivy finished, then felt her cheeks warm. Too much, too soon? But Casey just looked thoughtful. "Yeah, exactly." Ivy spotted her phone on the counter and reached for it, needing something to do with her hands. "Mind if I—" She gestured toward the small speaker nestled between flower canisters. "As long as it's not your second album, no offense, but if I hear Glitter Heart one more time, I might have to ban you permanently." Ivy laughed, surprised. "You've actually listened to my music?" Casey concentrated very hard on folding a dish towel. "Research purposes." "Right, absolutely." Ivy bit her lip, fighting a grin as she scrolled through her playlists. Instead of her usual pop repertoire, she selected something gentler, acoustic covers of classic songs that wouldn't feel out of place in the soft-lit bakery. The first notes drifted into the room as she moved to gather the stack of flour-dusted aprons left from the festival's baking competition. As she folded, she caught Casey watching her from across the room. Her expression was unguarded in a way Ivy had rarely witnessed. A little wonder, a little uncertainty, but no walls, no armor. Ivy smoothed her hands over an apron, suddenly nervous despite everything they'd already said at the festival. "I've been thinking," she began, focusing on the fabric between her fingers, "about what comes next." Casey set down her cleaning spray and turned fully toward Ivy, giving her complete attention. "The upstairs apartment," Ivy continued, "the one over the bakery that you mentioned was vacant. I was wondering if maybe it could use a tenant." She took a breath. "One who might turn part of it into a small recording studio." Casey's eyebrows lifted slightly, but she didn't immediately respond, and Ivy felt the words tumbling out faster to fill the silence. "Not for albums or anything commercial, just for me. For writing, for figuring out what music means without all the other stuff attached." She carefully set down the folded apron, finally meeting Casey's eyes directly. "And maybe for learning to bake something that doesn't set off smoke detectors?" The corner of Casey's mouth twitched. "Your baking is truly terrible," she said, but there was warmth in her voice that made the critique feel like intimacy rather than insult. She wiped flour from her hands onto her jeans and moved closer. "The apartment needs work. The oven's ancient. The neighbors play the same 3 folk songs every Sunday morning." Each statement sounded like a warning, but her tone suggested the opposite. Ivy's heart quickened. "Sounds perfect," she replied softly. The playlist shifted to something slower, more intimate, acoustic guitar giving way to gentle piano. Without overthinking, Ivy extended her hand. "Dance with me? I promise not to step on your feet." Casey hesitated only briefly, something vulnerable flickering across her face before she accepted, allowing Ivy to pull her into the small, open space between the counter and the display case. They moved together slowly, bodies close in the dim bakery light. Ivy's hand rested at Casey's waist, while Casey's arms looped around Ivy's neck. They were barely dancing, just swaying, really, but it felt more genuine than any choreographed performance Ivy had ever given. No audience watching, no cameras, no expectations, but this moment. "I've never slow danced in a bakery before," Ivy admitted. Casey's reply was simple. First time for everything. The quiet vulnerability of the moment made Ivy's throat tighten. She'd spent so many years performing connection, on stage, in music videos, during carefully orchestrated interviews, that she'd forgotten what it felt like to simply exist inside a real moment with another person, to want something just because it made her heart full, not because it would look good on camera or satisfy someone else's expectations. As they swayed, she noticed details about Casey she'd grown to love, but rarely allowed herself to fully catalog. The faint constellation of freckles across the bridge of her nose, the small flower smudge perpetually at her temple, the way her eyes crinkled slightly when she was trying not to smile too broadly. Her fingers were strong and calloused from years of kneading dough, but they held Ivy with unexpected gentleness. Thank you. Ah, Ivy said suddenly, her voice thick with an emotion she didn't try to hide. For seeing me. The real me. Even when I was trying so hard to be someone else. Casey's eyes searched hers, no trace of her usual guardedness. Thank you for being worth the trouble, she murmured, then drew Ivy closer, pressing their foreheads together. The kiss that followed was unhurried and deep, a kiss with no audience except the moon through the window. Ivy melted into it, feeling for the first time in years like she was exactly where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what mattered most. Not because anyone told her to be here, but because she had chosen it. Chosen Casey. A familiar jingle announced Pickle's arrival from whatever bakery hiding spot she'd claimed. The cat watched them with unblinking eyes before leaping gracefully onto a nearby chair, circling 3 times, and settling in as if their dancing and kissing were the most ordinary things in the world. Ivy laughed against Casey's lips, joy bubbling up, unexpected and real. Does this mean she approves? She whispered. Casey answered with another kiss, softer this time. The bakery was quiet around them except for the gentle music, Pickle's contented purring, and the sound of 2 people finally, completely coming home. When they eventually broke apart, Casey kept hold of Ivy's hand, running her thumb across Ivy's knuckles. Were you serious? About the apartment? Ivy nodded. I've been staying in Silverbridge almost 2 months, living out of a suitcase the whole time. And for the first time, I don't feel like I'm just passing through. I feel like, she searched for the right words, like I could grow roots here. If that's okay? Casey's smile was slow and sweet. More than okay. But what about your music, your career? I've been thinking about that too. Ivy led Casey to a stool at the counter and perched on the one beside it, keeping their fingers interlaced. I never want to go back to what it was. The label controlling everything, hiding who I am, making music that sells but doesn't feel true. She gazed around the bakery, this place that had somehow become the backdrop for her own transformation. But I don't think I have to choose between music and authenticity. I just need to redefine what success looks like. She squeezed Casey's hand. Maybe it's a smaller venue, fewer expectations, music that matters to me first, and if other people connect with it, that's a bonus. So you'd still tour, write songs? Write, definitely. Tour, maybe, but differently. No month-long stretches away from... Ivy hesitated, suddenly shy, despite everything, from home, from the people who matter. Casey's expression softened. And this bakery? This town? We're home now? If you'll have me. Ivy held her breath, aware she was asking for more than just an apartment lease. Casey reached up and brushed a strand of hair from Ivy's face, her touch lingering. I think we could work something out. The soft certainty in her voice made Ivy's heart swell. Then, because she couldn't help herself, she added, just to be clear, though, when I say I want to learn to bake, I'm not expecting to become some kind of pastry prodigy. Good, because I've seen your work. You're a disaster. Casey's eyes crinkled with amusement. But I suppose I could teach you the basics, starting with how not to turn cookies into concrete. Like was one time. It was at least 3 times, and those poor scouts at the bake sale deserved better. Ivy laughed, leaning her head on Casey's shoulder. Okay, fair, but I make a mean playlist, and I've been told my coffee runs are top-notch. I praise indeed. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the bakery around them peaceful and waiting. Ivy thought about all the mornings ahead, waking up to the smell of fresh bread, watching sunrise through the apartment windows, finding a new way to make music on her own terms. Small things, ordinary things, but suddenly more appealing than any stadium show or magazine cover. It won't always be this simple, Casey said quietly, seeming to read her thoughts. There will be days when the mixer breaks down during a rush order, or you miss performing, or I get cranky because you left wet towels on the bathroom floor again. Again? I haven't even moved in, and you're already accusing me of bathroom crimes? I know your type, Casey deadpanned, but her lips twitched. Ivy turned serious. You're right, though. It won't always be easy. But nothing worth having ever is. She traced the lines of Casey's palm absently. I've spent so long living behind filters and careful edits. I'm ready for something real, even when real is messy. Pickle stretched on her chair, tail flicking as if in agreement. Casey watched the cat with fond exasperation. She's going to expect premium treats now that you're a permanent fixture. She's opportunistic like that. Good thing I already bought some fancy salmon ones. They're in my bag. Casey raised an eyebrow. You came prepared. Always good to bribe the locals. Ivy grinned. Besides, she's my toughest critic. If Pickle likes me, the rest of Silverbridge doesn't stand a chance. The rest of Silverbridge already likes you just fine. Ruth and May practically adopted you the minute you walked in. Leo's been telling anyone who'll listen that he's your official merchandise manager, and Eloise keeps calling you our celebrity resident in town meetings. Yeah, but none of them matter quite as much as... Ivy stopped, suddenly embarrassed by how nakedly honest she was about to be. Casey tilted her head. As what? Ivy met her eyes. As you. As what you think of me. The look Casey gave her then was almost unbearably tender. I think you're brave. And frustrating. And a terrible baker. She tucked a strand of hair behind Ivy's ear. And I think you belong here, if that's what you want. It is, Ivy said simply. It really is. Pickle yawned dramatically from her perch, apparently bored with their human sentimentality. Casey checked her watch and sighed. We should probably finish cleaning up. Early morning tomorrow. But she didn't move immediately, and neither did Ivy. The music had shifted again, something with gentle vocals and acoustic guitar. Outside the last festival, goers were heading home, their voices fading into the quiet Silverbridge night. Through the window, Ivy could just make out the gazebo where she'd performed earlier, fairy lights still twinkling like earthbound stars. 5 more minutes, Ivy murmured, pulling Casey back toward her. Just 5 more minutes of this before we go back to the real world. Casey smiled, warm and real. This is the real world, Ivy, finally. When Casey leaned in to kiss her again, Ivy knew it was true. This bakery, with its warmth and flour-dusted counters, this woman with her strong hands and guarded heart, this small town with its nosy but well-meaning residents, it was realer than anything she'd experienced in years of spotlights and stadium shows. The night stretched peacefully around them, full of promise and possibility. Tomorrow would bring work and complications, and all the beautiful mundanity of everyday life. But tonight was just theirs. A beginning, not an ending. And for once, Ivy wasn't looking for an encore. This moment, exactly as it was, felt perfectly enough. Epilogue. a song, and a cinnamon roll. Ivy adjusted the tuning pegs on her guitar, her fingers moving with practiced precision as the fairy lights twinkled overhead in Silverbridge's town square gazebo. The scene felt like déjà vu. Same gazebo, same lights, same butterflies in her stomach. Yet everything was different. A year had passed since she'd stood on this stage with her heart in her throat, unsure if Casey would even show up. Now, the summer festival buzzed with more energy than ever, the crowd noticeably larger than last year. Ivy spotted tourists mingling with locals, some drawn by word of Sunbeam Sweets' famous pastries, others by whispered rumors that the semi-retired pop star Ivy Moon occasionally performed here. Her gaze drifted to the bakery booth, where Casey arranged a special display with methodical care. Even from this distance, Ivy could see the new purple, chaos-swirled pastries, each labeled with a small sign reading, "Moonberry Swirls." The sight made her smile. Casey had spent weeks perfecting the recipe, a blend of blackberries and blueberries swirled through her signature dough. Something that captures your essence without being too sweet, Casey had explained with her trademark deadpan delivery. Like you. Ready for your annual performance, dear? Ivy looked up to find Mayor Eloise beside her, the woman's trademark clipboard now replaced with a sleek tablet. Her enthusiasm, however, remained unchanged. As ready as I'll ever be, Ivy replied, allowing Eloise to squeeze her shoulder affectionately. The flutter of anticipation in her stomach had nothing to do with stage fright. She'd performed for millions throughout her career. This nervousness stemmed from what would come after the song. Her hand slipped into her pocket, fingers brushing against the small velvet box tucked securely inside. The sound check went perfectly, Eloise continued, tapping at her tablet. And attendance is up 30% from last year. Your little love story has put Silverbridge on the map, you know. Glad to be of service, Ivy said with a laugh. After a year, she'd grown accustomed to Eloise's particular blend of civic pride and gentle meddling. As the mayor bustled off to handle some crisis involving the face-painting booth, Ivy found herself smiling at the memory of selecting the ring hidden in her pocket. She, Ruth, and May had spent an entire evening huddled in the back room of the bookstore after hours, deliberating between vintage designs spread across a velvet cloth. Something sturdy but beautiful, May had advised, adjusting her reading glasses. Like your baker. And nothing too gaudy, Ruth had added. Casey's hands are working hands. It needs to be practical. They had settled on a vintage silver band with small sapphires that reminded Ivy of Casey's eyes. Ruth had declared it perfect, and May had teared up immediately, claiming dust in her eye. Scanning the crowd now, Ivy spotted the elderly couple settling into front row seats, Ruth waving enthusiastically when their eyes met. Beside them sat Marnie, serene as always in her weathered denim jacket, despite the summer heat. "The live stream is up," a voice stage whispered beside her, making Ivy jump. Leo appeared, phone already recording his colorful sneakers today featuring inspirational quotes she couldn't quite read. "Half the town thinks it's just your anniversary performance. The other half is betting on a proposal." Ivy groaned. "Can anything stay secret in Silverbridge?" Leo's answering grin was completely unrepentant. "Not when it's this good." "Oh, don't worry. I've got multiple angles covered. Nate's helping with the wide shots." "Leo, I didn't ask for—" "You'll thank me later," he interrupted, already backing away toward his self-appointed filming position. Casey might act all cool and collected, but she saved every picture and article from last year's festival in a box under the register. I've seen it. Before Ivy could process that unexpectedly tender revelation, Leo disappeared into the crowd, leaving her alone with her guitar and her thoughts. The past year flashed through her mind as she made her final preparations. The upstairs apartment that had transformed from a temporary shelter to a true home. The small recording studio they'd built in the spare room, where she created music on her own terms. sometimes for release, sometimes just for herself and Casey. The quiet mornings waking up beside a flowered-covered baker who somehow made Ivy feel more like a star than any stadium show ever had. She finally understood what Marnie had meant about choosing a quiet life loudly. In the past year, Ivy had released music independently, performed selectively, and found unexpected joy in being known around town as Casey's girlfriend who sings sometimes, rather than just Ivy Moon pop sensation. The freedom felt like breathing after years underwater. Mayor Eloise appeared on stage, tapping the microphone dramatically to call for attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our annual Silverbridge Summer Festival," she announced. As many of you know, last year's festival marked a special turning point for our community when our very own Casey Walsh and her now partner, Ivy Moon, found each other right here under these fairy lights. Ivy caught Casey's eye across the crowd, both of them exchanging the same half-embarrassed, half-amused look they always shared whenever the mayor retold their love story with increasingly romantic embellishments. So it seems only fitting that we begin today's festivities with a very special performance, Eloise continued. Please welcome to our stage, Silverbridge's own Ivy Moon. The crowd's applause washed over her as Ivy stepped onto the stage, guitar in hand. She adjusted the microphone and looked out over the audience. Unlike her stadium shows with faces blurred by distance and stage lights, here she recognized nearly everyone. Mrs. Peterson, who ordered the same vanilla latte every Tuesday. The Johnson twins, who always requested high fives when they visited the bakery. Ruth and May whispering to each other in the front row. And Casey, always Casey watching from the bakery booth, still wearing her flour-dusted apron, pride evident in her expression. "Thank you all for coming," Ivy said into the microphone. "This song is called Flower and Stars. It's about finding home in unexpected places." And as she began to play, a hush fell over the crowd. The song was gentler than her old pop anthems, acoustic and intimate. She'd written it late one night while watching Casey sleep, the melody coming to her fully formed like a gift. Nate stood near the bakery booth, now a friend rather than a flirtation, helping distribute samples of the special moonberry swirls. He caught Ivy's eye and gave her a thumbs up, mouthing good luck with a knowing grin. The final notes of the song faded into warm applause. Ivy set her guitar carefully on its stand, her heart thundering in her chest. This moment, not the song, was what she'd been preparing for. "A year ago," she began, her voice steady despite her nerves, "I stood on this stage terrified, not of performing, but of being real, of being seen." Her eyes found Casey in the crowd, who was watching her with a slight furrow between her brows, clearly sensing something different about today's performance. "A very stubborn baker taught me that being authentic isn't about grand gestures or perfect performances. It's about showing up, flower on your sleeve, and all." Slowly, deliberately, Ivy stepped down from the stage, continuing to speak as she moved toward the bakery booth. The crowd parted, naturally, making way for her, and she noticed several camera phones rising discreetly. "Casey Walsh made room for me when I had nowhere else to be real," Ivy continued, her voice carrying despite having left the microphone behind. "She taught me that home isn't a place. It's the person who sees you at your worst and still wants you at your best." Casey's expression shifted from confusion to dawning realization as Ivy approached the booth. Their friends began gathering closer. Leo filming everything, Ruth and May nudging their way to the front, Marnie watching with her knowing half-smile. "What are you doing?" Casey asked when Ivy reached her, one eyebrow raised in that familiar way that never failed to make Ivy's heart skip. Instead of answering immediately, Ivy reached for one of the moonberry swirls, taking a bite and somehow managing to get purple filling on her crisp white shirt in the process. "Making a mess, apparently," Ivy laughed, gesturing to the purple stain. A wave of quiet laughter rippled through the watching crowd. Taking a deep breath, Ivy reached for the ring box in her pocket, only to discover she wasn't the only one who'd noticed it. Pickle had somehow materialized on the counter beside the display, her green eyes fixed on Ivy's hand as it emerged with the small velvet container. Pickle, no. The warning came too late. With lightning speed, Pickle swatted at the box, batting it directly from Ivy's fingers. The cat secured her prize with her teeth and leapt down from the counter, darting beneath a nearby table with the ring box clutched firmly in her mouth. Piddlesham. Oh my God, Ivy gasped, the elegant speech she'd rehearsed evaporating instantly. Pickle, come back! What should have been a solemn, romantic moment dissolved into complete chaos. Still clutching her half-eaten pastry, Ivy dove after the cat, crawling beneath the table as Casey doubled over, laughing behind her. Townspeople joined the chase, children especially delighted by this unexpected game. She went that way, Ruth called out, pointing her cane toward the gazebo. No, under the Edwards table, May contradicted, the two of them becoming impromptu cat chase directors while Leo filmed everything, narrating like a wildlife documentarian. And here we see the wild Pickle in her natural habitat, causing maximum havoc at precisely the most emotional moment. Marnie watched from her spot near the gazebo, shaking her head with a knowing smile but making no move to help. Several minutes of increasingly frantic searching followed, with Ivy growing more disheveled by the second. Finally, Nate's voice rang out. Got her! He emerged from behind the lemonade stand, the cat firmly but gently secured in one arm, the slightly tooth-marked velvet box in his free hand. I think she was planning to bury it by the petunias. The crowd cheered as he handed the box to Ivy, who accepted it with a breathless thank you before making her way back to Casey. This wasn't the plan, Ivy admitted, dropping to one knee anyway. The purple stain on her shirt had somehow spread, and she still clutched the remains of the moonberry swirl in her left hand as she opened the ring box with her right to reveal the vintage silver band with small sapphires. I had a whole speech about harmonies and home and how you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Casey's eyes shone with tears and barely contained laughter. But maybe this is better. Messy and real and completely us, Ivy continued, suddenly finding the words didn't matter as much as the moment. Will you marry me? Flower-covered hands, stubborn cat. And all? Casey's yes was barely audible, but the emotion behind it unmistakable. She pulled Ivy to her feet and into a kiss that tasted of berries and promise. The town's cheers surrounded them as Pickle, released by Nate, weaved between their ankles, purring as if she'd planned the entire dramatic scene. When they finally broke apart, Casey took the ring from the box and slid it onto her finger, examining it with a soft smile. It's perfect, she said. It won't get in the way of kneading dough. Ruth and May helped me pick it, Ivy confessed. They said it needed to be practical. Smart women. Casey kissed her again, briefly. Do you know what's the most romantic part of all this? You didn't drop your moonberry swirl, even while chasing Pickle. That's dedication to my baking. Ivy laughed, suddenly aware she was still clutching the mangled pastry. I've learned what matters in life. Mayor Eloise appeared beside them, tablet clutched to her chest, beaming with delight. Oh, this is even better than I could have planned. The drama, the romance, the cat. She turned to address the crowd. Everyone, please join us at the gazebo for a champagne toast to our newly engaged couple. As the crowd began to move toward the refreshment area, Casey leaned in close to Ivy's ear. $10 says she already has wedding venue brochures in that tablet. No bet, Ivy replied, sliding an arm around Casey's waist, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Ruth and May approached, both looking smugly satisfied. Told you the sapphires were the right choice, Ruth said, patting Ivy's arm. And I told you Pickle would find a way to insert herself into the proceedings, May added. That cat has a flair for the dramatic that rivals yours, dear. Leo appeared, phone still filming. This is gold! The pickle chase proposal is going to go viral, in a good way this time. Casey raised an eyebrow. No posting without approval first. We've had this conversation. Of course, Leo agreed, though his fingers continued tapping his screen suspiciously. But just between us, the Sunbeam Suite's social media following has tripled since I took over. As their friends surrounded them with congratulations, and Pickle received undeserved treats for her role in the drama, Ivy caught Casey's eye over the crowd. A year ago, standing on that gazebo stage, she'd been terrified that Casey wouldn't show up, wouldn't forgive her, wouldn't believe in them. Now, with a stained shirt, a half-eaten pastry, and a cat-slobbered ring box, she had never felt more certain of anything. The mess was the point. The imperfection was the beauty. And the quiet life she'd chosen, loudly, publicly, and completely, was better than any stadium tour or platinum record. Casey winked at her across the crowd, and Ivy felt that familiar flutter, not of nervousness anymore, but of homecoming. This was what Marnie had meant all along. This chaotic, pastry-filled, flower-dusted, cat-interrupted life was exactly where she was meant to be.
Thank you so much for listening. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.